Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Welcome, everyone to another Council of Elders program. I hope everyone is ready for an interactive moment as
Ready, my
we share,
Lord.
knowledge with one another.
Ready, my Lord. Prophet Albert coming in.
Blessed love, majesty, give thanks.
Give thanks, please. Sorry for the interruption. Give thanks to the Elder Council. Give thanks for life and the life giver.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Blessings and greetings and welcome to another presentation of the EABIC Council of Elders. You're reminded that we are streaming live on the EABIC YouTube channel. My Lord and Empress, Honorable Priest Ainsley.
Rastafari, the plan for life and the life giver. All praise to your friend.
You sound far away, priest. You sound far away.
Holy Emmanuel, great things you have done, the mighty I am. So I hope you know. Yeah, Rastafari. Behold, nothing and the faith. God, brethren and sisters together in the like the precious earth, may I come around and get my hand to the bed. And the day I bear that bed unto the spirit of this garment. As you go up heaven, and as you feel the descend upon the mountain of Zion, and really like commandment with majesty blessing, with life and love forevermore. So here, Lord God, to our feelings and him to God, I do God, God, is you to
I hear you, honorable
be
chair.
all the most I say, my Father, as I hope you are going to Father. Bring us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause I will faith to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. Heaven declare the glory of God and the church before an unchurched portals on the earth. The unto the author speak not unto my church for knowledge. There is no speech, no language, where Jah voice is not heard, the blasphemy. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks for another day of reason, fellowshipping one to another. Give thanks to the ABIC Council of Elders coming this year bring a unity, set a table in front of us that we can all come and reason and fellowship one to another with equal rights and justice. Blessed love to all them and those who are with us on the reason here and those who on the YouTube channel. We welcome each and everyone with a heart of love, a heart of understanding, and a heart of cooperation. You know, one in hope and charity. Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, one in doctrine. So, after all that is said and done, we glorify and call upon Honorable Empress Miriam, our angel in the midst, to bless us with a chorus. Honorable Empress Meiji, Majesty Bell.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I say blessed love to the royal family of the EABIC and the councils of elders. We give thanks today for another day that the Lord has made, and he said we shall rejoice and be glad in it. So I greet all my brothers and sisters who are on the platform and who are listening on the YouTube. We welcome you, and we hope that you'll enjoy today's program as it presents it to you. So here I have this little chorus. You know, God is always fighting for us. And when he fight for us, he give us the strength to fight for ourselves. So he's fighting through us to strengthen back ourselves in righteousness and in love and in unity amongst ourselves. So I give thanks so that I hope you'll enjoy this little chorus, that I have to present to the congregation. And give thanks, my Lord, to Jah Rastafari. And it said, I have a God who will fight for I and I. Yes, he will. I have a God who will fight for I and I. You don't have to worry about a thing. You don't have to fuss. You don't have to fight because we got a God who will fight for I and I. Yes, we got a God who will fight for I and I. We have a God who will fight for I and I. Yes, he will. Have a God who will fight for I and I. You don't have to worry about a thing. You don't have to fuss. You don't have to fight because we know we got a God who will fight for I and I. Yes, we got a God who will fight for I and I know. Holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, mighty Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. We don't have to fuss and we don't have to fight. Because we know we got a God who always fighting for us. And we give thanks to the Black Christ in flesh. Our Redeemer is strong. The Lord of hosts is his name. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. And to the chair, I give thanks.
Majesty bless, Honorable Empress Trisha.
Yes, you sound better now, Chair.
Rastafari. The rain stop fall. Honorable Priest Evans can bless us with a welcoming word. Co-chair and then Honorable Empress Trisha with the roll call. My Lord.
Worthy Chair, give thanks, my Lord. Bless the Lord, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for another Sunday reasoning. True heart of welcome to each and every one. Another Council of Elders, meeting. We do give thanks, And we give thanks, for today's topic, as we are always African minded, as we are always Black conscious. We look into the impactful events taking place in Africa, Give thanks for what is taking place now and what has taken place so that we can know where we are going, what we are looking to, Man say forward ever, backward never. So we give thanks for that topic, and it's a two-part reasoning, So we give thanks for, even the discussion of, the dogma, and the myths amongst us. It's a reality that we have to face. What is dogma? This is when you have beliefs, and these beliefs you portray like it cannot be questioned, and you make rules and regulations that cannot be questioned. So in today's program, we are going to try to debunk some of those dogma and try to get that dogmatic spirit from amongst us, Because the truth will set us free, my Lord and Empress. So what will lies do? Lies will keep us in bondage, mental, spiritual, and physical bondage. You see, man? So and I give thanks for the truth, the black truth, Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, my Lord and Empress, back to the chair, Majesty.
Honorable Majesty, Honorable Empress Trisha.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for this new day. Give thanks for life and the mighty life giver. Welcome, welcome again to the EABIC Council of Elders presentation as the Honorable Priest did state, part 1, breaking generational curses, and part 2, looking at impactful events occurring in Black August, a discussion for the conscious and progressive mind. Roll call for today, August 23rd, 2023. Honorable Priest Ainsley.
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Present, family.
Honorable Priest Napi.
Greetings, family.
Honorable Priest Seven.
Blessed love, family.
Honorable Priest Barry.
What are the love, Mama?
Honorable Priest Earl, who got dropped out, but we will mark him present. Honorable Bobo Ken. Honorable, my Lord, blessed, Honorable Prophet Albert.
Bless the love, honorable family. Love, love.
Welcome in again, Honorable Priest Earl. We did mark you present.
Yes,
Honorable
I call it coming for me. Give thanks.
Empress Lily May.
Love in the house, love in the house.
Honorable Empress Miriam.
Greeting, Honorable.
And myself, Empress Tricia. Let the records reflect that at the beginning of today's reasoning, 11 participants were present. We ask that one remain hydrated throughout the entire program. Please get your water, your juice, your coconut water, your fruit water, whatever that you may need, your fruits, vegetables, whatever you may need to sustain yourself and keep yourself hydrated throughout this entire program. We also ask that you get your pen, your pad, your pen, notebook, so whatever that you may need so that you can write down any questions, concerns, ideas that you may have so that it can be discussed at the end of today's program. You're also reminded that we are live streaming on the EABIC Council of Elders YouTube stage channel. And the Zoom links for today is 827-0662-8885 with passcode 030125. We ask that you like, subscribe to our channel, and share. You can also hit the notification so that whenever we have programs that you will automatically get them. Welcome, Honorable Priest Adigan. I will go straight into today's inspiration. Today's inspiration comes from the Lessons for African People, the course of African philosophy, first and only class of 1937 by Professor Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Lesson 7 on character. Men and women who want to be of use to themselves and humanity must have good character. Good character means the kind of behavior and demonstration of it that met with the moral precepts of a civilization. The standard that is laid down by the society of the time in which you live and which forms a part of and guides that very character. If you do not live up to it, in the highest sense, you will not be respected by that society. I would also like to read from lesson 8, the social system. Society is an organization of mankind to safeguard and protect its own interests. When society is organized and is made evident by regulations, rules, and laws, every member of that society must obey the said rules, regulations, and laws. Therefore, always live up to the organized system of society of which you form a part. The only alternative to this is rebellion. You should never join rebellious movements against society except when there is a good reason and justification for it. Society is intended to maintain the greatest good for the greatest number, and that is always foremost. So with that thought in mind, may be grounds for reform. Any society must be calculated to bring about the greatest good for the greatest number, and you must obey its laws. Otherwise, you are an evil genius living in the midst of that society, and that society will seek to destroy you or compel you to obey its rules, regulations, and laws. You cannot live by yourself in a society. You must live upon the goodwill of your fellows. Therefore, in that society, you must respect everything that tends to the good of all. My Lord and Empress, I do give thanks. Blessed. And so in the reading of the Honorable Prophet Marcus Mosiah Garvey, back to the chair.
Majesty bless, Honorable. I will hand it over to the Honorable Administrator, Honorable Priest Rastafana, my Lord.
Oh, give thanks, Honorable Chair. Give thanks, Royal Empress, for such reading on such inspired words of the Honorable Prophet, whose month we are now celebrating in, and the month of Black August. In the month of Black August, there are several events that warrant mention. Apart from the Emancipation Proclamation and the birth of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, there was the establishment of the Ethiopian World Federation. There was also a catastrophic event that took many lives on the African continent. There are brothers and sister groups within Rastafari and the Pan-African family that are institutions that serve the struggle and initiative of I and I. We might possess different ideas, approaches, and opinions towards achieving the same goal, but we are not opposition or enemies. Throughout time, outside influences have us devaluing and undermining the works of these other groups instead of acknowledging their values. The purpose of the EABIC Council of Elders is to firstly maintain the moral integrity of the association and to clarify things that are not clear, that are misunderstood or are misnomers. To achieve this, critical thinking and having an open mind without biases is paramount. In today's program, the questions are to promote discussion and are not necessarily the beliefs or opinion of the council members. My Lord and Empress. Time has moved so fast. It is 53 years since becoming a member of the Congress. It has been an interesting journey. A Sankofa or return to the past to know how to navigate the present will identify the various revolutionary processes the Congress has been through. Some great members have passed on, including King Emmanuel, which should have dispelled certain myths from among us. Growth and progressive development can only be achieved when wrongs are made right and myths are understood. Know the truth and it will set you free. Today's discussion might take some through an uncomfortable path. Regardless, what we seek is the truth based on facts and not opinions. Opinions are welcome, but facts determine continuity. If something that we hold is determined to be false, it is our duty to correct it. Some things need a tactful approach, and we should be sensitive to the content, the effects, and how to address them. It takes time to be holy, and even more time to determine what is right in certain matters. Let us now cautiously begin the journey to truth, my Lord and Empress.
Identifying impactful events that have occurred in Black August. The establishment of the Ethiopian World Federation, the EWF, on August 25, 1937, is the milestone event that deeply impacted both the Rastafari movement and global Pan-Africanism. The origin and impact of the EWF following the 1935 Italian invasion of Ethiopia, Emperor Haile Selassie I went into exile and sought international solidarity. To organize and unify support across the African diaspora, he sent his personal physician and cousin, Dr. Malaku Bayen, to the United States. This mission culminated in the founding of the EWF in Harlem, New York. And here is a picture. Founder of the EWF, Maluka Biyan. The creation of the EWF had a monumental impact on both groups. For the Rastafari movement, Emperor Haile Selassie I is revered by Rastafarians as the living God and Messiah. The EWF provided a formal bridge between the Ethiopian monarchy and Black communities in the West. Most importantly, it led to the emperor granting 500 acres of fertile land in Shashamane, Ethiopia, for members of the African diaspora who wished to repatriate, a fulfillment of a foundational Rastafari desire to return to Africa. For the Pan-African movement, the EWF unified diverse civil rights leaders, Black nationalists, and activists under a singular cause, defending the sovereignty of an independent African nation. It became a premier organizational engine for Black self-reliance, international diplomacy, and global solidarity, reinforcing the ideas popularized by Marcus Mosiah Garvey. On August 13th, 1920, was the official adoption of the red, black, and green Pan-African flag at the UNIA convention in New York. The red, black, and green became the international of the Pan-African movement, representing people of African descent globally. This lake killed 1,700 people in one night. It is called Lake Nyos, the Lake Nyos disaster. On August 21st, 1986, A rare and catastrophic limnic eruption occurred at Lake Neos in Cameroon, Africa. A massive cloud of Repeat. A massive cloud of dense carbon dioxide gas rushed from the volcanic lake, silently suffocating more than 1,700 people and 3,500 livestock in nearby villages. In the northwest region of Cameroon, Africa, deep volcanic vents release carbon dioxide into the bottom layers of the lake, where immense water pressure kept it dissolved. A suspected landslide or minor disturbance mixed with the layers, causing a sudden explosive release of roughly 1.6 million tons of carbon dioxide. Because carbon dioxide is heavier than air, an invisible, lethal cloud rolled down the valleys at about 60 miles per hour, displacing oxygen and killing humans and animals instantly in their sleep or as they tried to flee. These are some of the pictures. The top picture on the left is Lake Neos in May of 1985 before the disaster. And on the bottom right, Lake Neos 10 days after the disaster in August 1986. It is one of only 2 recorded limnic eruptions in modern history, the other being at Lake Monon in Cameroon in 1984. Engineered degassing pipes had since been placed in the lake to continuously siphon out trapped gas and prevent future tragedies. My Lord and Empress. And this is the ending of part 1 of the program. Honorable Preacher Savannah.
Yeah, on screen, you're looking at those 2 pictures, the one before and this one, are publications from the Ethiopian World Federation from back in the 1938, 39 era.
37. This one is
37.
specifically November 27, 1937.
Okay.
And the one before is September 24th, 1938. Will Europe answer the emperor's plea before it perishes? The Emperor of Ethiopia and his prophecy. Some of the highlights. Ethiopian World Federation sends signatures representing over 8 million people to the League of Nations. Ethiopian Foreign Minister dead. 254 wounded Italian officers from Ethiopia. Mussolini admits Ethiopia not conquered. My Lord and Empress.
Yes,
That newspaper, it used to be published weekly or monthly, my lord?
Monthly.
All right, because they used to also have a lesson of Amharic lesson. They started to teach Amharic through that paper. Every month they had a section where deal with Amharic and English.
Yes,
On this one of the articles states, the Black people of the West joined the Black people of the East on the march to save Ethiopia. At the bottom, it says, join the Ethiopian World Federation, Inc. now.
Yes, they came with a light. and they got the interest of our parents and grandparents. Well, we parents probably was, yeah, we grandparents, because a lot of people in Trinidad volunteered to go to Ethiopia to fight the war, but they were barred by the British colonial laws and regulation. Same thing in England, in America, and I believe England. You know, so the people saw themselves as Ethiopian. We always did, you know. So that's why they come up with a massive indoctrination and you know, false information to have the black race wearing Monday, enough black man, even Rasta man, didn't know say it was Marcus her day. A woman asked me, who is that? And she's over 60 something years old. My lord.
Even when we look at the Lake Neos disaster, we wonder, how could this have happened? What could have been going on within the land to have made such a dreadful impact, to many lives lost, livestock lost, and so forth.
Yeah, well, you see, looking at things from a pragmatic point of view, you see, mining is one of the most destructive methods of harvesting natural resources. And I will repeat that, one of the most destructive methods. See, if you look in Jamaica at this time, there's two minerals that they mine in Jamaica on a large scale. One is what they call gypsum, which is like white marl that everyone kind of know, and the other is bauxite, and the both are very destructive to the ecology. Wherever you have a bauxite mine, you have people that live around it suffering immensely from different diseases. That's one thing. The land itself has no use for decades after that mining because of the chemicals that they use to extract the mineral. Gypsum now is usually a mountain or a hillside that has that mineral in abundance. And what they do is dig down that hillside for either exporting or local use. And remember now, the hillside does not grow back like a tree or an organic element or organism. When you dig it down, it's gone. You change the landscape of the place. See, a lot of times you destroy a lot of foliage that covers that area. Same thing in bauxite. And that foliage is your medicine. It's your medicines. I know that ones are all over the social media, so you must see a lot of these videos where I saw one just yesterday where the politician, I think it was a member of the People's National Party, was in um his party office, and there was an elder there showing him the herbs, just the wild bush that grow right around on the step and so forth. And the elder was telling him what they were. And he went and he Googled and checked it out for himself. Whether him Google or whatever his research. And he checked it out for himself, and he could substantiate the fact that the elder was truthful. That was the name of the herb, whatever he named it, and what it is good for and all of that. When we mine, we destroy the foliage without even acknowledging what foliage it is that we are destroying. So this is the new kind of mentality that we must develop and teach to the upcoming generation. You're going to build, and that is kind of what I like that policy somewhat in Florida. Up in North Florida, there there is ordinances that preserves certain indigenous plants and so forth and so on, creatures and all of that. And I think that is a good thing. How I know, there was a property that we purchased back in the day and was looking to develop it, and later found that we couldn't develop it because there were different birds. There was a rare owl that was living there in one of the trees. There were indigenous plants there that were endangered. So because of that, they restricted any development to that property. And I could not fight that. I couldn't feel no way. You know, as a matter of fact, if I had money, I would have bought more of that area and have them draw up a document that permanently preserves it, you know, stating that no development should be done in these regions. Since this new administration came in, he has rescinded all of those treaties, those Clean Air Act, you know, ban against drilling and fracking and things like that. He has rescinded all of that and has opened up the place to any form of drilling, any form of mining, you know, for cutting down trees, don't care what it affects, what, you know, animal life it affects, and so forth and so on. The Preservationist Act no longer applies here at this time in the US. And that to I is a very sad thing. But we will continue this discussion as we get deeper into today's program.
Yes.
We are now starting a different segment, which is the question and answer segment.
My
These
lord.
questions, as I say, is for the inspiration of discussion. Okay, it's to provoke thought and discussion among I, to address certain misnomers and, you know, non-progressive beliefs that ones may have held to. Yes, Honorable Chair.
And one thing with that mining thing, one meditation is that if we go into Ghana and we look into buy land, do a history on the land and make sure it ain't had no past mine on it, because as the priest say, that land polluted with mercury when the time they start doing the mining for the gold, because they mine for gold in Ghana. So any one of us who reach over there and looking to purchase land, please do a history of that land, that piece of land. My Lord, bless it.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Moving right into today's questions. There will be approximately 9 questions, 7 to 9 questions. The first 3 would be, like the preset, thought provoking for members to respond to. We have put a 30-minute limit on the 3 questions. So anyone coming in to, you know, give any responses on anything, we ask that you limit your responses to approximately 3 minutes.
Before you start, I would also like to reiterate, this is not who bright or we looking to put no one on the spot. As you and I will pre-say, we are thought-provoking. So it ain't like to say it's a school and you're looking to question and answer. But these questions make us think, you know? So this I just wanted to put that clearance. It's not a challenge or nothing like that. As the Honorable Priest say, it's thought-provoking. My Lord and Empress. Go ahead, Empress.
Before we go on, there was someone else sounded like they were asking to speak just before. Did anyone else wanted to say something at this point before we move on? If not, go ahead, Empress.
Number 1, was the bondsman and freeman culture an official doctrine? I repeat, was the bondsman and freeman culture an official doctrine? 2, is the Congress
No.
the only... I'm going to leave the questions up though. Is the Congress the only entity designated to gather and return diaspora people to Africa? Is the Congress the only entity designated to gather and return diaspora people to Africa? And 3, was King Emmanuel the only one chosen to lead Ethiopians out of Babylon? Was King Emmanuel the only one chosen to lead Ethiopians out of Babylon? It is now 1:03. We have approximately 30 minutes, my Lord and Empress.
We'd like to get an understanding for the greater family. What does bondman and freeman mean? Before we, if it was.
Yes,
Anyone
my
could
Lord.
give
In
it.
this sense, in this sense, what we're asking here is an old culture that existed from back in the day, wherein a man that has a queen, meaning a man that is married and has a family, was considered a bondman according to the dogma of the day. And the free man was the man that didn't, was just a man that was by himself, was a single person. See? So what we're asking here, was the bondsman and freeman culture an official doctrine? Was it something handed down by our father? Was it a real culture that was passed on? Or was it something that came up for ulterior motives and reasons?
To the chair
Blessed love, Empress.
and give thanks, my Lord, and blessed love to each and every one. The bondman and the free man, Lord, that was a problem. That was a problem, my Lord, back into the 80s. As Priest Savannah say, if you have a wife, you're banned. And if you don't have nobody, you're free. That caused a lot of problem amongst man and man. Hey, reach to the father say never tell anybody all men are free. That I say all men are free. Whether you have a wife or you don't have a wife. So that is not no something that laid down. That is what man bring up in themselves to put pressure upon the king man them who have a family. You understand? Like if it's a bad man, you can't praise God. You have to praise your family because you have to take care of your family. That is what me learn. That is the understanding me get. You understand? Can me a priest let's suffer for that. I mean, him talk about it. And those who don't have no family now, them I praise God. So all of them think there was dogmatic spirit amongst man and man who bring that up and them brother. So that them would have the strength to walk away from them family because they don't want to be no bad man. And we have how come you be bad man and you're in Zion? What you doing in there? You know what the role you're playing? If I can't praise God because you have a family. So to me, those are the dogmatic spirit that was putting up on brethren, especially the king man them. Yeah. I don't know what anyone ever say about it, But that is what I understand, and that is what we get, and that is what my king man go through. A Trim is an understandable man. I never to put that panic. I'm not saying I'm no judgment ban man. I'm a free man, but them have a family. Or not a family, my Lord. Give thanks.
Majesty, blessed honorable. My lord, was those titles also referring to man who have court matters and man who don't?
No, not in this culture. Not from this
Because not
culture.
man have it done like that too,
Yes.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
man
Yeah,
have
but
it done like that.
but that was not this. That was not this though. During that era, that Mama
Yeah.
talking about, it was directly pointed at the family man then.
And yeah.
Priest Nappy up on the platform.
Well, yes, he's supposed to.
Other man with the with him family from that time
I
that
had
you
an
can
experience. I had
Yeah,
an experience like that before
yes,
you talk, Prince Nappy. When I first come, and I looked like I was a free man because I didn't have no, my wife wasn't there with me, but she was in Trinidad. But what I observe now in the morning time after I roll call and them thing there and we sit down amongst one another, I read and I burn chalice. The man who have a family, and be what time I thought that even I and I, who didn't have no woman there, well, I with the man, them who had no woman, we used to look at it, but I running it through my heavens. Can remember say now may I come back down at Trinidad for rise the Congress, but so may I look at that and to my heart me saying, but me not feel that, I ain't feeling that. So what I did when I came to Trinidad, I set up a water brigade. So after um roll call, all the man them will line up themselves on the hill at certain intervals and we start bringing water. 2 buckets, you drop 2 buckets, man carry to our next spot, you have a empty and we start with the last house in the camp and come right up until the final place is the food house. So that's how I personally addressed it. Because when I look at it, me feel it for the man them who had a family. Cause them a tote water like that. And the man them who don't have no family, them just a see it that it would have looked like it better you don't have a woman on the camp. Because so that was my experience of that. My lad, floor is open.
Priest Nappy, come in.
yes, I give thanks. Yeah, man. Quite well matches. The Empress said it right, you know. Yeah, the liberty to it, they are go and still produce, you know, because the hill is like a design as a campground, you know, with soldier go. You're not supposed to have no family and them thing there. That was the kind of culture in the way, you know. But Troy and I did love our family. We never leave them, so we bring them come and we did bear some of them pressure there. Even when them pressure go on still, just make it fly past me, you know, my lad. And do what me I do, you know, I do for my family. Me never really make none of them things that stop me from doing what I do, you know. Anything me I go do, me just go to the father and discuss it and then do what me I do majesty. So we never really give me no great struggle. You know what I mean? For the little time that I was here still. But I can just imagine, you know, as I say, well, pre-Sedley, pre-Knuckles, pre-Glass. All of the man them we have them family. Give them a hard time, man. And before the man them glorify the man, give them a strength to help them with them family and keep it rolling and then instead, they want to use it as a, you know what I mean? Where you born to the world and all of that, you know, instead of helping the man take care of responsibility. Could I make it light upon we still? But as I say, never really look for none of the man that help me. You know, if a man let me get up early, I'm gonna go carry my bucket of water with me need to carry for my family and drop one at the kitchen. So I should do it every morning. Get up early, carry whatever me I carry for my family and drop one at the kitchen. But if me have one, me can drop it up at the father place because before the time come. But my lad, you know, sometimes the art of man, you know, we hold on things in such a way, you know what I mean? And before we make it roll freely and more in love, you know, it become a strife, you know what I mean? Sometimes I wonder why maybe it would have been better we have would be a South Road and go a service when we have to go a service instead of all trying to live on the campground. You know, we are doing and try to fit in and all of that regiment that was, and it's all because of the time where we are say, hey, right, that's the gathering ground, you know, because with the right with the ship them come. So we are sit and wait patiently, you know what I mean? But
My Lord, we
Yes.
live it and we give thanks for all, you know what I mean? And as we go along, you know, we have to get rid of some of those things, my Lord. So it is one of those days. Give thanks for the subject, you know? Yes, Majesty.
My Lord. Yes, Honorable Chair. Anybody else quickly have anything else to contribute to that number one topic there? Bondsman and freeman.
Yes, my Lord, through the chair.
Yes, Majesty.
Can you hear me?
Who is it? Yes, Honorable Priest Knuckles. Yeah, man, we hear you. My Lord.
Captain Ram.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love to the royal family. Give thanks to the day of reasoning. And that topic, you know, say ignorance creates a whole heap of a problem for I and I as a people. I think that doctrine, the bondman issue was in the black supremacy of itself. It's the interpretation that gives the problem. Now, when one come, I remember well with Cribs, when a one come and have a problem with the law, that would make them require a bond to come out of jail. That is the issue that the whole culture was about. A bondman that is not free of his obligation to the law would have to go and clear himself before he can come on the hill. Now, the ignorance of those that would not understand that create in their mind this thing about a bondman once you have a wife. It wouldn't make sense that the father put that in him book and him have an empress, so that would make like him a prison himself. Yes. But we suffered under ignorance of interpretation, all of us with family. And even in the last days before I'm on leave, the royal committee would make sure that it is a man that have family have to head the kitchen. And it came in like some sort of punishment, you know. Less than it should be, you know, for having the empress as family. But that was never the intention of God, and that was not what that was supposed to be about. That was supposed to be if you have family now, right? As you go yourself and then you can come. Is it? That's my understanding that issue, my Lord.
My Lord. Honorable Chair.
Majesty. Yes, my
To
Lord.
the
Anyone?
chair. To the chair.
Priest Evans.
Yes, I like how Priest Knuckles talking there. There's a whole lot of culture getting misconstrued. You understand? Because look any black supremacy, it's say a bondman problem could be worked out. You see it? So when I look into from my view, I see it as any man that have problem would be referred to a bondman.
Legal problems.
Any type of problem. Any problem that holding you back from dealing with the salvation, from taking up your duties. Yeah, but your problem could be worked out. You see it, and it could become free natural. So it's just little misunderstanding, my Lord. That's it.
To the chair.
Go ahead, Prophet Jamiki.
Thanks for the visit. Yes, I and I as a young brethren, I totally happy I didn't have to go through this. You know, because man, the perfect union is a man and a woman, a family. Even just say we must come here to be fruitful and multiply. You know, so how could the earth go on if I and I them as man do not take an empress? Even the scriptures say in the last days, you will have 7 females that begging a man, let me take your last name. I'll tote my own water, cut my own wood. You know, so how we could live under that, even think about that as a principle. Oh, it'll be the end of my night. It wouldn't be more life, it's more death. You know, and that's, you know, a wisdom we must have, you know, and that's why I say, like Peace Knuckles said, you know, it gotta come from misunderstanding. Cannot be from a culture. I give thanks.
Yeah, just give thanks. Yeah, we have exhausted that topic here. We are on a time limit, so we are looking to move to the second question.
Yes,
Honorable
so
Chair.
I'd love to say something because I think Simon put a little voice note, you know, the strong about this subject, you know.
Go ahead, my lord.
Yes. Yeah, remember I'm on the coming of this culture, you know, and even the voice note that I put there, sometimes even the individual them do have children, right? Them don't move militant, you know, and when we say don't move militant, we mean if any complaint reach the father, you know what I mean? Because sometimes complaint do reach the father, and you know if the king man did their service, they would have called him and you know make him go fulfill his duty. Because these things take place amongst us too, you know. So it's not just like a man not to have enough woman. You know what I mean? But human nature sometimes the man that living out a woman and the man have a woman like a little vibes is there. I don't know why, but you know what I mean? So it was not like a man not to have no woman. You know what I mean? So sometimes individual move don't take care of his, you know, wife and children and maybe go on a service. And the Empress should have reached you and you know, maybe put our needs and the other center the brethren and give him a judgment. You understand? So, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I was making even a statement like that. I come in a this culture also, but I didn't know say if you get yourself tied up in the law, that is part of your problem with your it may work out. You see, so that was a part of it also. You know what I mean? And just like how in the yard now, the man without wife and children, him can get called any time, you know, any hours in him, do have no excuse to say you couldn't come hold a yard, or you couldn't go and do that, or you couldn't go and do that. You see what I say? Well, the man with wife and children now, you know, say for water cup, you know what I mean? Yes, he know say if him tarry, because not all the while we go down the road, sometimes truck drive go for water. And him know say if his duty have a quick time to come. So he might one of the quickest man, you know, to come and start, you know, minister to his wife and minister to the other empress them car it's not just his wife alone he minister to. Cause for water him try to do the duty of ministering all around, you know what I mean? Yeah man, one perfect love. Right.
Yeah, moving right on. Honorable Chair.
My God, continue.
Is the Congress the only entity designated to gather and return diaspora people to Africa? Question on the floor.
Question on the floor.
How you feeling, Miss Iva?
Yeah, a little bit better. I was able to go to.
Yes, give thanks, Peace Knuckles. Yes, family. The question is posed to all, you know. We have 10 minutes to cover it, so let us just jump on it. Is the Congress the only entity designated to gather and return diaspora people to Africa?
Good to see your blessed love and our priest Brown here.
My Lord.
Just keep
Unmute, you mute, unmute. Unmute, Priest Elvis. You're muted.
No, the next button. Yeah, press the
Oh,
camera.
blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
My Lord.
I see one question was the bondman and freeman culture and official doctrine. I came
Yeah.
in from that so I never hear what the rest of Virgin have to say. On my part, I couldn't, and I say on an official doctrine, it will be based upon any connection to official doctrine. The freeman culture would have to point back to the other Batawe, you know. So, I don't know how deep that go, but that's my simple interpretation. Well, secondly, what I see on the board is the Congress, the only entity designated to gather and return diaspora people to Africa. Question. Well, I say Congress is not the only attempt, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks, out of love.
Blessed. Anyone
My
else?
Lord.
Anyone else in
His
answering the
Imperial,
question?
His Imperial Majesty made a speech one time where he say, through the scattering of I and I as a people, we have become very diverse. So, but yet still in that diversity, we all still face the same problems. So you're gonna get all kind of answers to the same problem. So to answer that question there, we just say no, because that return to the diaspora was agitated even from before the Congress was formed. So we never, Ethiopia never bow yet, you know. So from the day them took us out, we always agitated to go forward. It had a brethren named Bishop McNeil, I think he had name, in the early 1800s, who rise back to Africa movement from before Marcus Rise and various other ones. So we see the Congress come as a cultural continuity, you know, but I wouldn't say it's the only entity designated to return the people to Africa. My Lord and Empress.
Yes, my Lord. And as you said, Chief Sam, an African, a rich African who owned the ships, was one of the first to take his ship to the west and took people from the west forward to Africa as a repatriation initiative. And that preceded Marcus Garvey's existence as well. But why this question is because we have this culture that says that all nations have to flow to the hill and all ones valley of Jehoshaphat to be from there to the continent by the Black Christ, our Father. So, it is looking at these cultures or these narratives from a realistic standpoint. Um, when we get to number 7, it's going to get deeper into this question. So we can kind of move on from this question right here. Number 7 is going to take it.
My Lord.
Yes, my
Yes.
Lord. Honorable Chair. Honorable
Knuckles.
Blessed love, royal family.
My Lord.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Go ahead. Yeah,
No, I
when we
was
first
asking
come,
that I acknowledge you. Yes, my Lord.
when we first come to Jamaica and on the hill, you know, my Lord. You see, after Sabbath, every reasoning on the hill, sometimes they are coming like an argument until a man, you know, Jack can solve the situation. The different
interpretation.
Priest Knuckles. Priest Knuckles.
Technical error.
Yeah.
While we
Priest
await Priest
Barisa,
Knuckles.
Priest
Along the
Barry.
journey.
Right.
Can
Priest
you hear
Knuckles
me?
did a trip out. He did
Yeah,
trip
we're hearing
out
you
to
now.
South
We're hearing you now.
River.
Yeah.
Yeah, me I driving, so pardon me,
Yeah.
Yes, my
Yeah,
lord.
but as I'm saying, when we ask the father the question, the father said, "No, my lord, while going up the Nile, the ship going to stop and pick up people along the way. That means you're going to have other groups, other gatherings of people that are in towards the repatriation scheme. The thought that everything have to come to Jamaica is based on some of the how we taught from the Judeo-Christian ethics, So
Yes.
yeah, the one chosen people and all them sort of thing there. And God
Mm-hmm.
is universal, Yes, so and then again, look at it. That would give no credence to the UNIA, which still exists and still gathering people for the same cause. You see it? Enough man put the EABIC ahead of the UNIA, discredit the UNIA simply on those grounds. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
My lord.
And as I
Bless.
say, question 7, go and get into that. Go and get deep into that whole UNIA and other entities role that they are supposed to play.
Yes, sir.
Priest,
Could
Winding.
I say something?
and
Yes,
when you
whatever,
finish,
Priest
Priest
said.
Earl, 1 second. When you finish, Priest Earl, Priest Barry hand was up also.
Okay. Whatever, Priest said. Go ahead.
Yes, well, I wasn't getting it like internationally you're talking. I thought it was we are in Jamaica, right? Yes. But internationally, the Pan-African movement where was speaking about a back family, also Marcus Garvey movement, and maybe many more. But in Jamaica now, when we were speaking about in Jamaica, because a lot of things didn't take place through the KGB and the CIA, where, I hear the Minister of Culture come out with it and say what she did for Rasta to, another island maybe speak. But she wasn't speaking wrong neither, because enough individual, right, did get caught up in a certain thing. I don't want to call anyone name now, but individual know who did, want to be CIA member, So if you know why is these individual the minister were talking about. So really and truly is not everyone, even at Jamaica's Rasta, found themselves worthy to lead this movement. Even when I go out there all the while, monks, many individuals, them always look upon the bubble so highly, even just to even start the reverend for them. One perfect love.
My lord. And
Yeah, the third question.
we have
Barry,
plenty
Priest
ones.
Barry.
So yeah, Priest Barry, go ahead.
Blessed love royal family, yes, to the chair. So
My
as
lord.
far as the band thing and the Freeman thing, as well, Elder Priest Knuckles I say was a misunderstanding and ignorance of some ones and ones from the camp, I mean, in a sense tonight still, to my opinion, that sound like some foolish kind of meditation still. But as far as if the EABIC was the only organization to the Back to Africa trad, I would have said no, because the Naya Bingi are the same trad them depend. UNIA are the same thing. Even Rasta man where have them look a Rasta group and I say them in a house. Africa, Back to Africa trad them depend, say when you listen to them the meditation and every reason, my lord. So I just say no to that. But the band man thing and the free man thing where like the Empress Maisie said, boy, our king man go through that too. And that a total madness, my lord. But so I see it, my lord and Empress.
To the chair.
Yes, Honorable Empress.
Could it be that the misnomers that the international family, could it be that these misnomers were specific to the life that was being lived in Jamaica, that trickled over to the international family that
Clarify
caused,
yourself.
because most things are specific to the monastery life, monastery living, and so forth, whether they're misnomers or
Right.
not. And the liberty is larger than just Jamaica. And these same things ended just like 21 days or what have you. And it trickled over into the international body, the international family, which a lot of things just could not happen, could not be. You understand what I'm saying? Out here, where, you know.
All right. To the chair, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. There is monastery principles, and there are other principles that guide just in general. There are universal principles then, and then there are monastery principles. What that means is that certain liberty is only conducive to the atmosphere that is set up within a camp setting. You know, a camp setting with a tabernacle, you know, and a monastery type of vibes. While even though you are members of that same group, if you live in other regions, circumstance, situation, you know, and all of that have an impact on how you can live, what you can do, you know, in that regards. Now, a lot of what we are facing now, what we are looking at and clarifying, was held on to by, you know, it's hard to state these things, but like I say, in the opening, you know, we're gonna go down some uncomfortable pathways, you know, in these reasonings. It is not meant to disrespect anyone or to belittle anyone. It's just trying to bring clarity and understanding to some of these. Now, what do I mean? You see, the simple-minded ones and ones, I, in our simplicity, people like myself in my youth, when I got there at 13, I was not well advanced in experience and certain things. Yes, educated because we attended, you know, the best of schools that our family could provide, but we didn't have life experience to go with it. So even within those youthful days, we went along with a lot of narrative that was not realistic or practical, you know, for a long term duration of living. See, for instance, there are ones that are saying if a man and a woman live in the same gates, that man shouldn't be allowed to minister. See, period. Not at an interval, but period. Because ones are looking at the monastery principle and using it now to govern the man that live outside of that space. Now, unless we are thrifty, see, meaning so we have little dollars, we have little wealth, outside of the camp setting, outside of living in the hills, you can't afford two gates and to maintain the two gates. So not just to have them, but to maintain them. Light, water, all the necessities that you need, along with now being there to protect your empress as you're not living in a secure environment like within the camp setting where there's a guard at the gate and so forth and so on. So to be there to protect your family and support and so on, there are certain realities that you have to look at and deal with. So certain realities not really there, you know, we're not looking at them realistically. And this was not the father either, because we saw back in the day when several ones lived outside of the camp, lived within Bull Bay, but they were not living in the camp setting itself. Ones used to come from their dwelling to service and were allowed to minister and to partake in the function of the service and so forth. You had a lot of ones that you had Just Steve, you had a whole heap of ones, even just Cello, pre-Cello, lived down the road for many years and still came in and took part in service and in the function of the camp. Later on, I realized that when a hierarchy had developed, they were mandating those things. I cannot say, because I was not there in that space at that time with the man them to say whether this was endorsed by our father or not. But prior to that hierarchy, I knew that ones were allowed to come, and be part of the service, whether to minister, play music, hold flag, or whatever was needed at the time. See, um, as we know, evolution is a constant, so things evolve, things change, and things continuously change. So that is my take on that aspect of things. The Congress being the only designated embassy of repatriation, yeah, we would be doing a disservice to other entities that whether it's in Jamaica or not, Priest Earl was saying he was looking at Jamaica, but whether or not, because in Jamaica is where the UNIA started. The UNIA has have a branch in Jamaica up to now. Seeing you also had different groups. You also had different groups that were back to Africa groups within Jamaica. You understand? So it could not be that the Congress is the only. It is one of the groups that made it their, made it I mandate, I quest, then, or a lifelong quest to gather up ones and prepare them mentally to return to Africa. But it was not I as a group or as an association that was the only one that was authorized and recognized and acknowledged as being an embassy of repatriation. That's my personal understanding and opinion. I don't speak for everyone. Yeah, as we are on a limit for these 3 questions. Yes, my honorable chair, back to the eye.
No, go ahead. I thought you did finish.
Yes, my lord. We're just going into the 3rd question now because we're kind of going over time. Yeah. And it's 9 questions. 3. Was King Emmanuel the only one chosen to lead Ethiopians out of Babylon? Which is pretty much the same question asking in a different way.
Yeah.
More personalized. We're personalizing it here, to the Father himself, because one's happy to say that I was the only anointed person to do that. And let me just lead off the conversation in that regards. When the emperor came in 1966, it wasn't the father alone that he gave medal. It wasn't the father alone that when giving the medal, he said to them, keep up your works, continue on in your works, continue to do the works. That was told to everyone that got their medal. What works, whatever works, each elder was doing, whatever he saw as his contribution to the global development of the Back to Africa movement is what the emperor was addressing. So that is my understanding along that line, to say, well, while our father became the shepherd of the Rastafari movement and a very prominent individual when it comes to repatriation with compensation, because that was his lifelong aim and objective, his lifelong mission, he was not the only selected or designated ones. You know, there's also rumors out there that once continue to spread to say that how much group rise and is only one never bow. And that again is undermining whole heap of individuals that live their life and gave sacrifice, made major sacrifices on behalf of living the liberty as Rastafari in its purest and best stage that they could. See, we cannot just look at things from a religious context, you know, because that is what religion itself does. It teaches us to compete and to always be measuring ones against ones. See, and by doing that, we are not able to look now at each individual and look at the reality of their contribution, their sacrifice, and their development, and then now merit them accordingly. See, we no matter what the other individuals do, we tend to shrug it off, you know, minimize it by not seeing the value of what they did because it wasn't done by a specific leader or a specific person that I and I might respect and adhere to. My Lord, back to the chair.
Honorable, give thanks. I think that I may him talk all the while. Him say all man of right is one. So in our love for the black Christ, you know, King Emmanuel, and our allegiance to him, we shouldn't in exalting him put down one of us, regardless of who. Because black solidarity we really have to come and manifest amongst ourselves, you know. So we don't want to lift up one and put down one. At the greatness of Jah works, of King Emmanuel works, it don't need no boost. It stands for itself, you know. So let us, you know, exalt and glorify all our chosen one, you know, Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. The floor is open, my Lord.
Quickly,
the
two
chair, my
two
lord.
minutes. Just honorable
Yes,
priest, because 2 minutes and 3 minutes at the most, family, as we
yes.
closing off this thing shortly. Honorable
I
priest,
think,
knuckles.
Yes, my lord. Give thanks, you know. Um, is many ones Jah rising up. All right, start from here. Marcus Garvey was a burning and a shining light. He was bringing consciousness to African people that had lost or fell asleep. Rastafari is the continuation of that. Rastafari come to enlighten the people them, restore them to them consciousness and the journey home. Now, King Emmanuel established the government aspect and was doing that work at such a level that even the other brethren them, even though they were doing what they could, was far a distance behind. So I am an interpretation of a distance behind where King Emmanuel was. King Emmanuel was sending documents and stuff to heads of government all over the world, while some Rastaman still are dealing with I and I business and all of them things there. Not to put down anyone, but to still have to glorify the level of which King Emmanuel was doing the job and the work
Rastafari.
and see the blessing of him. And that him establishing not just the consciousness of us as African, but as gods, the gods of the earth, which is another level where we have to deal with, even whether we get to it here now or when time we go home. So
Yes.
him was far ahead in that journey, my lord. So him deserve the glory that is given to him. But as the priest said, not at the expense of putting on others. That I tell me out time out say, Reverend Henry, I do the work like him. Out time very mouth. Me know you're that third person. You understand? So we have to see one's doing the work, only for one's doing the work, but the level at which he man manifest it, my lord, you know, we have to glorify for half of the man they may reach from the continent. If I never pay, come a camp and dada, that's still a second round to them at Jamaica and second for what them want down in the West. Yeah. My Lord and Empress, blessed Lord.
Lord, blessed. Can't go to the fourth question unless we have a next. Anyone, any hands up, Empress?
Lord.
And then the priest Brown.
Blessed love, my
My
Lord and
Lord,
Empress.
my Lord, I'm an unbeliever.
Okay. Go through.
My Lord,
Got you. Yeah,
thank
priest of the
my
God.
Lord and Empress, Prince and Princess, God and Goddess, to
My
give thanks
Lord.
for the day of evening still. Yeah, my take on it, say, yeah, man, King Emmanuel is one of many, like you said, like, even if we relate to the 66 and more than one Rastafari brethren, they wasn't just simply given meadows as a token. All of them was given a medal based on the work they did, and that was one of them, right? Yes, I can understand what one is saying that King Emmanuel was probably the most prolific in the charge to the repatriation, but I wouldn't say he was the only chosen one, even if his work was the greater multitude. Yeah, but it's the same kind of reasoning now where people who don't carry the understanding will say, there you go again, there you go in again. The rest, he was slightly in front of the rest, and the rest, and then the man would take that person and say, you see how him a big up him leader. So, you know, them way they like, we is nothing. You understand? So sometimes, and we ourselves, as, 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 as members, what I've learned over the years, the term first Rastaman. King Emmanuel said he is the first Rastaman in Christ doctrine. Yet you have members disregard Leonard, who the world see as the Rasta, who them put in the history as the first professor of Rastafari, Leonard Percival, along with his peers, Ibert, Dunkley, and Ultima Reed, and these people, you know, going down to the Samuel Claytons and the Douglas Max of the world. So even in the 60s, because if we're going to go back to even the beginning, the UNIA was formed in 1914. Yeah.
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 Yes, I.
Yeah. 1914, which is, and then the EWF was formed about another
35.
23 years,
19,
23 years after.
yeah,
Yeah.
1937. 1937.
37, yeah.
1937. So all of these were entities before the EABIC working. Dr. Maliku Emmanuel Bayan, as the one showed this picture, was the one, and we know that a lot of the praise with the creation of the Ethiopian World Federation was for the ones who did even assist Ethiopia in such Italy-Ethiopia war engagement at that time. So it's the understanding, but you see, we carry too much sentiment now and we put our leader over everything. And sometimes we have no rationality. And like I said, sometimes some of us deal with our leaders like they are.
Let me limit our responses. So we have other
Yeah, I
questions.
go
It will come again. It will come again in our number 7, my lord. So man, a
Yeah.
man can read. When we're down to number 7, we're closer to the end. So man, a man can listen. Yeah. And I will priest Brown, please. I know you always sharp. I still have to start and spice.
My Lord, I just want to bring a little thing from the Freeman thing. Before me come to the Congress, me was caught up in the spirituality, wherein me learn some man like even Krishna and in Gandhi, the man they will separate themselves from them two and them riches and their family, go in the wilderness to go develop that what we call initiation in want of a better word. So in myself, that is my comparison towards a free man tribe. You know, as I mentioned
Yeah.
earlier, some man take it up in a them complete life like what we see a going in Ethiopia. Here in a Jamaica, Dada, me your own time out, say, well, here one now. Him no appoint no man to take up certain things more than 7 years. Because after 7 years of practice, whatever you attain is attainable. Because from your born and you have nature, him not gonna look for you for face a free man tradition. So you have to prepare for responsibility as even Paul writing a one book. So it's just lack of clarity and understanding in approaching the subject that creates so much dogma. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
My Lord. Question
And
4.
family, I will ask Anna on the point.
With your
Can you
mic,
hear
please,
some?
brother. Yeah,
Stay
go
on the
ahead,
stay on
please.
the yes, stay on the points because you see when we go
Yeah,
through and we say a time for
yeah,
question one, a time for question two, a time make us stay on the
yeah,
points then. We have to practice
yes,
that. Mm.
yes, my
If you
Lord.
have something to say, come in on the question so you can say and be part of the discussion. But when we move to the next question, yeah,
We don't
just
want to go
direct your
back.
mind. Yes,
Yeah,
my lord.
Rastafari.
To the chair.
Question number 4. Are
To the
Honorable
chair.
Priest,
Rastafari Israelites or Ethiopians?
Priest Aswad,
And once
go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Empress.
bless the Lord, bless the Lord. Sorry for being late. I just jumped out of the garden, right? And the conversation is going good. I'm going to be short and spicy, right? As Bishop Shawana is going to tell me that every day. I know that, right? I thank you for that too. King Emmanuel set a foundation for I and I, we must carry. There was elders for generations, Kwame Ture, the Black Power movement in Trinidad, I think, and we was agitating for certain rights. I was a little kid that time, around 13 years old. But the main thing is what Dada did and established was other people we doesn't even know about. Some have white members and all kind of thing who's going towards this. But where we are in a good position and we have to keep going forward, fixing anything and straightening anything, and no compounding alive with alive, but establishing the foundation what the man leave for us to do to continue this work and carry on. So let us know with all the history and things we study, who did this, what we are doing today is very important in carrying this thing to the next level. My Lord and Majesty.
My Lord, bless. Question 4. Are Rastafari Israelites or Ethiopians? Short answer. Go ahead, Empress.
in a position where I can't read right now, so if someone else can read, please.
The
The ancient
ancient
Israel.
Israel. Go ahead, Priest
Go ahead.
Laurie.
No man, go ahead on with you.
The ancient Israelites originated in the southern Levant, the region of Canaan, during the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age. Two primary perspectives explain their emergence. One, the traditional biblical narrative, and two, modern historical archaeological research. Archaeological research. The biblical account. According to the Hebrew Bible, the Israelites trace their lineage back to the patriarch Abraham, who migrated from Mesopotamia into Canaan. Abraham's grandson Jacob was renamed Israel, and his 12th son became the head of the 12 tribes of Israel. Due to famine, the family migrated to Egypt, where their descendants grew in numbers and were eventually enslaved. Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt during the Exodus through the Sinai Desert and back to Canaan, where they conquered and settled under Joshua. Most modern historians and archaeologists view the Israelites' emergency differently. relying on material culture, extra biblical texts such as the Ethiopian
Egyptian.
Merneptah stele from c. 1209 BCE and settlement patterns. The prevailing scholarly consensus that the early Israelites did not enter Canaan from the outside in a massive conquest. The prevailing scholarly consensus that the early Israelites did not enter Canaan from the outside in a massive conquest. Instead, they emerged organically from the indigenous rural population of Canaan. As the coastal Canaanite city-states declined during the late Bronze Age, various pastoralists, farmers, and marginalized groups, sometimes linked to groups like the Habiru, moved into the central hill country of Canaan, developing a distinct culture and religious identity centered around the god Yahweh. Canaan is not in Africa. Mainstream historical archaeological and biblical scholarship firmly places the ancient land of Canaan in the southern Levant region of Western Asia, which includes modern-day Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, Western Jordan, and coastal Syria. The Israelites were not Egyptians. They were a distinct Semitic people group that originated in the region of Canaan, the Levant. Historians and archaeologists generate Israelites emerged indigenously from the cultures of Canaan. According to the book of Genesis, the Israelites descended from Abraham, who came from Mesopotamia to Canaan. The biblical tradition states that the Israelites migrated to Egypt as temporary refugees during a famine and later faced enslavement before returning to Canaan in the Exodus. However, they remain ethnically, and culturally separate from the native ancient Egyptians. Moses looked like an Ethiopian because like an Egyptian because people from the my land. Bless.
No, I was just saying Egyptian. You said Ethiopian.
Moses. Yeah. Moses looked like an Egyptian because people from the ancient Near East and North Africa share similar skin tones, hair, and facial features. Also, he wore Egyptian clothes, spoke the Egyptian language, and lived in the royal palace from childhood. People in Egypt, Canaan, and the surrounding land because they lived in the same region and shared similar ethnic traits. Moses grew up as an adopted Egyptian prince. He dressed in Egyptian clothes, wore Egyptian jewelry, and kept his hair and beard styled like an Egyptian man. He spoke the Egyptian language without a foreign accent and acted with the authority of an Egyptian ruler. The Bible says his mother hid him as a baby, and Pharaoh's daughter raised him as her own son in Exodus 2. When Moses protected the daughters of Jethro at a well in Midian, the woman told their father that an Egyptian saved them from the shepherds in Exodus 2, verse 19. They judged him by his clothes and his appearance. No direct physical or archaeological evidence exists to prove that a distant group called Israel was enslaved in ancient Egypt. Extensive excavations in Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula have not uncovered artifacts, inscriptions, or records mentioning Hebrew slaves on a mass exodus.
So again, the question is, are I and I as Africans Israelites or Ethiopians?
Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. But they them think it's not a right and wrong thing, eh? But what you think? Challenge yourself.
My Lord. Well, if no one don't have a thought.
We have two hands up.
Just
Priest Brown and Bobo Ken.
Blessed I Priest Itafa coming in. So,
Priest
My
Brown, go ahead.
Blessed love, my
Then
Lord.
Bobo Ken. Yeah.
From my, we I say early exposure in education, I tell you from Glenmere High School, me come to I came to a conclusion that I would term myself an Ethiopian more than an Israelite. That's my first insight before coming to King Emmanuel. From what I learned from King Emmanuel, the terminology that he used is, if you check it, Moses had to go to the principles or the Kabbalistic or however it is that Moses learned. He learned from what? Jethro, the high priest. That means the practice that even they would have said liberate Israel is an Ethiopian
It's an
practice.
Ethiopian concept, my Lord.
Concept. Yes, so at the summer there, and when we trace history, and I was before Israel come to be, or even before Abraham leave out and Mesopotamia come learn the ancient Ethiopian way of life. So I man personally clamor to the reality of Ethiopia and using Israel as that I say a compass, a direction, analogy we may need to comprehend and use as direction. My Lord and
My
Empress.
Lord. Stop.
Empress Royal Tech. Can you put up the maps? Empress Trisha, are you there?
Bobo Ken, your mic fix. Bobo Ken had him hand up.
Yeah.
Priest, yeah.
All right. Bobo Ken,
Empress
the
Trisha.
floor is yours.
Yeah, the Idan could hear me clearly. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Can you guys hear me? Blessed love.
I can't hear you, but you know still, but we can't hear you.
I gonna shift to another. You could hear me a little better now.
Yeah, I can hear you a little bit better. We can't hear the eye
Okay,
still.
yeah,
You
I
look,
gonna
but
I gonna do my best.
we can't hear you with clarity. I don't know about the rest.
I will give thanks. I gonna try and make it brief. It got a scripture we talk about. I don't know if it was the one where the black Christ and meet this Samaritan woman at the well. When he tell her, "Give not my bread," why should he give his bread, the bread for the children of Israel? Unto
Nah,
me?
you know my brother.
Nah,
Huh?
you ain't neither.
Yeah, the item hearing me again.
Yeah, you have to
Please,
talk at that loud, you
Yeah,
know.
I got being a little alley here in the room because despite technology, it seems like that's what affecting the speaker. But it have a scripture where say some will make themselves to be Israelites. Now, we all know that the oldest Bible that we have in possession known to man, there in Ethiopia, you know, the homeland of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie Jah Rastafari. And being that this text is there, it ain't no coincidence because we also have what they call the Ark of the Covenant there as well. The thing is, I consider this. Everything what take place in the Bible happen in Africa. You check the most abundant access to the Akashic records of the universe there in the motherland too. And I don't know if that's because of all the minerals and everything, but it seemed like Rastafari are Israelites and Ethiopian because instead of calling the motherland Al-Kebulan, I would call it Ethiopia. You know, the original name of the whole earth in one unit before all the lands them get separated was Utopia. And to me, the closest modern word to that word Utopia is Ethiopia. And through the mic ain't working real good, my lord and empress, I'm going to give another angel a chance to respond to the question.
Give
Blessings and
thanks,
royal
Bobo
family.
Ken. And the best we hear so far.
Give thanks and I want to be by pre-salam not today, but it's works. I got a gig here 3 o'clock in the neighborhood for one of them, and they didn't get to answer the first 2 questions because we're working with another neighbor same way.
All right, my
Give
lord.
thanks, my lord.
Any other hands up, Empress?
My lord.
Baba Itafa is up.
But Jatafa, Majesty.
My Lord, give thanks to the
Where I say,
royal chairman, the royal
Rastafari.
family, naturally God. But the
Yes,
virgin, you know, what the virgin said a while ago at that time, and I say, I one thing, you know, Ethiopian, Israelite. But through the West now, the West give you a different West story, them kind of, like them are bringing themselves in our thing. Even now, we are Orthodox, you know, and we're supposed to follow the Orthodox tradition. But enough of our thing mix up with the Western colonial thing, you know, see. Even the Good Friday, what time was when we celebrate the Good Friday and Easter, you know. And the Eastern tradition we celebrate, you know. We don't celebrate it upon even the Orthodox tradition. And those the Christmas must say we really hold upon the Orthodox tradition. But enough of our thing, we get caught up in the Eastern, in the Western tradition. And them bring enough of the thing to our eyes, you know. To them say them a search and this, but them mix up them thing, them put themselves in our thing. And we get confused more time. So the mix up come to it. You know, but Ethiopian Israelite are just one set of people.
my
Ethiopian is
lord.
different from Israelite. Are one set of people. I remember
Rastafari.
Ethiopia represent the whole continent, you know. Before them colonialize up the thing, you know.
Natural.
See it from yeah.
Yes,
Thanks to
Honorable Priest.
God from the Majesty.
Give thanks to hear the high voice, Honorable Priest Itafa, living legend.
Adigan, please, Adigan, your time. Please, short and spicy. Come on.
Yeah. Ethiopia. Nubian Ocean, ancient Nubia, Ethiopian Ocean. That is one of the oldest maps you will see of it denoted, right? The Bible says, talk of 4 rivers, and it said the river Gishon compasses the whole of Ethiopia. And then if we even talk about, you see this chosenness now, because before the chosenness of Jacob's sons, which them call the 12 tribes of Israel, it wasn't known by no direct entity as a people. They might call with the children of Abraham or the children of Isaac or the children of someone, but before Jacob, the whole thing with Jacob, there was not no chosenness. So it's even if you use the term Ethiopian Israelite, right? The Israelites are the baby. because that come way down. Because the problem was always how we jump into this Israelite concept. So what about the God we was praising before Israel? God, all of a sudden now, God is not the God of the world. He is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Israel. I thought he was the God of the universe. Eh? But when the Bible condenses him to a people. So I am Ethiopian first. Israelite, you see, that I can't get rid of that. Israel was created through a family. The Israelites is just my brother and sisters, you know. Them are Ethiopian same way. Them just get this concept. Because remember, Israel was never a place. So our titles are linked to a place also. We are called Ethiopians because we belong to a place called that, or come from a place called that. So we were, remember, Ethiopia mentioned long before Israel. Even the term Hebrew, one don't even get it. It simply means crossed over. So you don't even have to get in any of them land space. We all of we by definition as Rastafari here are Hebrew, because the all of we crossed over from the Christian concepts and open this way of life. So we are all Hebrew by distinction in that concept if you read your Bible properly. That said, the choseness concept bring we to this question, are we Ethiopian or Israelite? You understand? Let's go back to the original culture before Jacob and his sons come with their construct that is 12 tribes of Israel got with all caught
Give
up.
thanks, Majesty.
My Lord, bless you.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Yes, I was waiting, Honorable Priest.
3 times, eh?
No, me
Go
say
ahead,
can
Priest.
go on.
Go ahead, Priest, sir. Make Priest, sir, go. Since I was waiting, I didn't see him.
Yes. As the Honorable Priest said, you know, who was before all of the different names, and we have to stick to that, because sometimes that are the problem in the world today. You know, the Africans, they want to take up different name and don't realize that we are African first. You know what I mean? Yes. So I think that well said by the brethren, them who be clear, maybe just in their own word, but that is the sentiment where I am on want to say, and you know, even the topic of the free man and the free woman, right
No,
now,
Priest, don't go back.
how we
We
living
just
right now, becoming like, a little struggle go on, so I'll be a bad man, really, you know what I mean? Yeah, man, bless it.
Yeah, make we stay on point, family. As we're talking about Israel, that is an area that needs clarity for I and I as a people and for the young upcoming generation. Because if you listen to the narrative that was read by the Honorable Chair, it describes to you where the Israelites, the original Israelites, not the Israeli or the Jewish people come from, but the original Hebrew, the original Israelites, the land of Canaan. The land of Canaan, where is it? You know, if we are declaring something, we have to know these things. Where is the land of Canaan? Because the land of Canaan is not
Side down on that side there.
Honorable Priest Sevens, come in.
Yes, my
Honorable
lord.
Chair, Priest Sevens is calling for the floor.
Yes,
I remember,
go
I remember reading a document by Prince Emmanuel say we are called Israelites because we are children of the light. You see it, so we see it's a symbolism going on there, you know. We are symbolically Israelites because we are children of the light. The man never say because we follow Moses or because we're the same people in the Bible. Children of the light. So
I like that.
literally, we could prove we are Ethiopians. but it's just a symbolical thing to align yourself with the people in the Bible. And that is all it is, my Lord. Bless.
Yeah, I like that. I like that outlook because as I was saying earlier, the land of Canaan is not on the continent of Africa. Okay, so we have to understand where the land of Canaan is, and as the narrative says, it is in the area of where them call Israel, northern Jordan, Mesopotamia. There are a couple places it mentioned earlier in the narrative. That's the region where the Israelites came from, where the whole Hebrew culture originates. See, which is still east. Don't misunderstand. It's right there, but it was not in that geographical space that is considered Ethiopia, the continent. Now, again, if you look at the map, which part the Israelites were um, enslaved is in a place called Goshen. Goshen. Now, if you look at the map, Goshen is just a small little region. It's just a small little region where once them was enslaved. And what we have done, we have like what Babylon always do, blanket everything. The Rasta man them, the black man them, the woman them, the man them, this blanket type of thing. We blanket the whole region of Egypt when it's one little place over by Goshen there where I and I was, presumably enslaved. And we vilify the rest of Egypt. We call it the land of bondage and all of these things that we label it because of that one incident that took place. The Israelites, according to the historical narrative, resided in Egypt for 430 odd years, 435 years or something like that. And they were enslaved for 215 years out of that because prior to that, they lived peaceably and progressed within the region, coexisting with the Egyptians because they were of the same skin tone, features. It's just their cultural difference. And they're using ethnicity in the modern world as a cultural measure more than a race type of thing. Seen? Because they said in the narrative they were of a different ethnicity. But if they were of a different ethnicity, how could Moses be mistaken for an Egyptian, even if him had the hair and all of that? If him did not look skin tone, nose wise, body structure, skeletal structure, didn't look like an Egyptian. See? So the people they had similar features, just that them culture was different. And just like we know, I've heard the Honorable Toto say it many times that Africa has over 3,000 tribes and how many cultures within it. See, so you're gonna find different cultures, many different cultures within the same geographical region. So that doesn't make a different people. What makes a different people is if you are of a different race, as how them come define race in the modern world, whether it's the yellow man, the red man, whatever. See, so that is, really what this is alluding to. And we're showing you the map here so you can see the region for yourself. You can look at the map. You can, increase the the zoom of it and look at the regions, and you would say, yes, see the Empress is marking it out. Yeah, that's the region right there. That little region there is where the Israelites were enslaved.
Empress Cindy.
Honorable Empress Cindy. Royal Empress.
Priest Itafa.
Yes, Honorable. Where the chair? The chair is there.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord. Honorable Empress Cindy
Itafa.
was asked for, and then we didn't hear her, so we have called upon Honorable Itafa.
The Falasha Jews them. Is where the land where them people that take in 1944 and say them are Israeli after them land. Those was black people land, you know. Falasha Jews them, you know.
Well, you know them not call themselves that. If you're in
My
Ethiopia
lord. That is love, my lord.
and you call them Falafel,
I don't call them.
Hola,
They
Priest
don't
them
like to
call
be.
them Better Israel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you said it pre-signedly. Better Israel. I was just going to tell him that. My lord, bless him.
Yeah, Better Israel.
I saw them mix
My
up themselves. I saw them mix up themselves and come into them call it better Israel.
Priest
I remember.
Knuckles.
Bless it. Brady, me just want to correct something. Precise affair. No go so. It's a term. It's a term where the West put onto them. Them in Ethiopia, better Israel mean house of Israel is the Ethiopic word for that. Better Israel, right? So it's not Falasha Jew. The people who practice that concept in Ethiopia, them take offense to the word Falasha, and then rather be referred to as better Israel. So it's not
Falasha was a religion in them time, that you know.
No,
man,
Falasha is
Falasha
a
was linked to a
for,
people. It's a
yeah, that derogatory
term.
name. It's a derogatory name that they used to address Beta Israel, because they were never strangers in the own land.
Right.
It come like if you're calling a black man nigger. And so
Yes,
the word Falasha is.
Yeah, just like the aroma.
Like the Moors them.
Just like them used to call the aroma gala. And if you use that term gala to them now, you could lose your life. You understand? So Falasha was a derogatory term for the better Israel.
Yeah, the Muzumbos, when the Muzumbos came into Africa, them
like
tried to
Make the priest. You could have
make
make priest Itafa finish. Know that you could have make him clearer for the flow when you finish. Just make him go through, please.
I thought they call the Moors same way.
No.
No, the Moors are the Moors. The Moors are Africans from, are original Africans from the desert region. They are one of the first who navigated out of Africa, and taught navigation to the world. They are the ones that created what you know today as Spain. They built Spain, and taught Spain the culture that Spain is built on. So them is the original indigenous people of Africa. They were called the Moors because of their skin tone.
My lord.
Priest Knuckles.
Priest Knuckles.
Priest Earl had his hand up. And then I heard Priest coming after.
Priest Earl, my God. I'll wait on Priest Earl.
Priest Earl.
No, a priest Knuckles, man. Like priest Knuckles got you. I had that for me.
Priest Knuckles, them give the floor.
My lord.
Unmute your mic, Priest Knuckles. Unmute your mic.
Oh, I never know it get muted. Through the chair, my lord. All respect. Let us make a step backward. Because them tend, as Toto say, is only for African people with only for differences. If you go back to Noah, who's supposed to have Ham, Shem, and Japheth, for anyone to have all the genes that make white people, Indian people, something, it has to be an African. No, how them put it is like him have a Chinese child, a white child, and an African child. But nobody talks about the fact that it's only an African can do that. So the whole of them is African. It's just different shade
Yes,
and different tribes of the same Africanness. And them call themselves different. No, the Catholic, the Christian, the Jude, the Muslim, all took African mythology and theology and created them own thing. So these
yes,
people take if you check on who resided in those places in that time, it's black people,
yes,
different shades of black people. They're not necessarily the one that in south of the Sahara Desert, but just like how the Muslim them at North Africa don't consider themselves African. So these people are saying they are Asians or Asiatic blacks and all of that. It's just black people same way. Who founded the Chinese, who founded the Japanese? No blacks. Just a different tribe. My Lord and Empress, blessed love.
my Lord, bless. So, I believe for that, can move to.
No, priest as what have the man up.
Okay, Priest Oswald.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. I had the conversation going on, right? I had the conversation. Because the answer to the question is if we are Ethiopians, Israelites, or whatever we choose. And we go into all different things because sometimes we have to get information to make up. But please not to say
We
we're
not
good
hear you,
looking back.
Priest.
What, you hear me?
Yeah, man, we are hearing.
Yeah, what Priest Knuckles say we going back into the history, and he was right because everything come out of the black man, and the black woman is the only woman who can make any race a child. So we know that as a fact. Now Canaan is a place in the Middle East, somewhere located in the southern part of Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, kind of area. So the name Israel came about when Jacob was wrestling with the beast or whoever his God is, he was wrestling with the knife and he was fighting, and then he tapped him. And after that morning, he called him Israel. That happened in Mesopotamia, right? And that way black people was in all them places who talk about the Moors and exactly. The Moors spread civilization, civilized Germany, Spain, France, the whole of Europe, built the first university at Alexandria, came back too, and civilized the whole world. Black people, they were Moabites. Everybody who tried to stray, the Chinese came from the Mongolian. The Beta Israel, who they call them Beta Israel today, the Falashas, which is a bad name, and you're calling them nigger, so they choose to that. And they bring color, and they bring everything. I was alive, and we all was alive, most of us, when they were doing the shipping the people from Ethiopia to the present day Palestine, the annexed land where the annexed from the Palestinians, right? So all these facts are to prove who we are. I say we are royal Ethiopians. Israel, we could say that because there's a name given to us because we was way before Israel and way before any nation. The black man was always so. I will say we are Alkibulanians. Not even Ethiopian because Ethiopia is a Greek name given meaning burnt sin, which is a good word, right? But I just saying, I don't know. We don't know who we are today. Or we are black people fighting for that right, my Lord and Majesty.
My Lord, give thanks. Any other hands up? Can go to number 5.
Yeah, man, my hand was up here, so I just a little
Okay,
short.
sir. Go ahead.
Yes. As the brethren them say go forward to the roots, you know what I mean? So that part of land, you used to call it the eastern part of Africa. That's why you find say, you know, if the fear of them never did bury over that side, you know, cause all of these places was black people place. You know what I mean? Because even the story, cause I know it's a story. Because you never have to pass part the sea. You could have go around it just like you can go around it today. Right? So even that story that them tell you about, you know, part in the Red Sea and things like that. Who that rule that land at the moment? So if you leave out a one part of the man land where me a rule and go into the Sinai Peninsula. And they said man that rule. You know what I mean? And just speak about Egypt in the west. You know what I mean? And when you look on even the Grand Canyon, you see enough I symbol are even there. So, Jack always refer to the Egypt in the west where we see Deuteronomy fulfilled on Deuteronomy 20, one perfect love.
Honorable, my lord. Any other hands up? Okay.
No.
Number 5
Sorry.
was
One second.
Marcus Garvey
1 second, please.
defeated. Blessed?
So give her a second.
Okay.
Number 5. Was Marcus Garvey defeated by the U.S. system? The tiger metaphor. Garvey famously responded to the prosecutor's closing remarks at his trial, where the district attorney had asked the jury, "Gentlemen, will you let the tiger loose?" Garvey proclaimed to the cheering crowd, "The tiger is already loose, and he has been at large for so long that it is no longer one tiger, but there are many tigers."
I and I, the last
Rastafari.
He used this to signify that the awakening spirit of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, the UNIA, had already spread worldwide and could not be stopped by targeting one individual. He made it clear that prison and government prosecution did not frighten him, comparing his fight for African liberation to historical figures who fought for Irish freedom. In a powerful concluding assertion, Garvey said, "I repeat that if they think they can stamp out the souls of 400 million Black men, they make a tremendous and terrible mistake. We are no longer dogs. We are no longer peons. We are no longer serfs. We are men." My Lord and Empress. Blessed.
Majesty bless. Now, a curious thing come to me there, my lord, where we talk about facts. And sometimes a fact of a particular era is not necessarily the fact of a next era. For instance, look at Honorable Marcus Garvey. The word Negro was considered a polite word and a good word to refer to the Africans at that time. But nowadays, you wouldn't call a black man a Negro. As knowledge increases, you'd say, well, where Negro land is. But at that time in Marcus Garvey in the 20s, Negro was an accepted word as a politically correct word to describe the Africans. But in this 21st century, we no longer use that word Negro, and we are now Africans. You hear Professor James Ball saying, we're toward African American and African this. We are Africans. And then today we take it a step further. We are royal Ethiopians, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. So, what was the question? Was Garvey defeated? I will break down No, because it's worth the tiger, many tigers on the loose now. Come I talk to some of them right here on the platform. Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. Floor is open, my Lord. Was Marcus Garvey defeated by the US government?
No,
Chair, no.
Marcus Garvey was never defeated, because, like you said, whether you is a member of the UNIA or an extension of a movement like we, the EABIC, we are Garveyites.
Many
So,
tigers.
yeah, so we are the example of the many tigers who's out there and all the other black people of the world who say Marcus Garvey, you know. So, no, Marcus Garvey could have never been defeated by the US. Jedgar Hoover and his goons fought so, but remember Marcus Garvey used a metaphor about death, you know. In saying life himself shall be the same himself. If death has any power, Marcus Garvey word, if death has any power, count on him to be the real Marcus Garvey in life. I shall be saying, in death I shall be a terror unto the foe. Right? So, imagine the concept him used. I'm saying, look for me in the whirlwind, look for me all around. When a whirlwind blow, a man quick for chant, whirlwind, Marcus, whirlwind, God, Rastafari, Marcus, when a whirlwind or a storm or something pass through, a man hail out Marcus, you understand? So, no.
Right.
Marcus himself did say it, and we are the reality of it that we're even speaking about him, and even though say Last Strong was celebrating his reincarnation into this plane of earth. So give thanks, when Marcus live. Marcus live forevermore. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
My
Floor
Lord
is
and Majesty.
open.
To the chair.
My Lord.
To the chair.
To the chair. 1 second.
Yes.
To the chair. There is
Yes,
another.
Empress.
There is another question that deals with Marcus Garvey, so maybe I should go through that so that one can, respond to
Address
both.
the two of them.
Correct. So
Go
I pray
ahead.
thee, my Lord and Empress, I pray thee. 6. Was the case against Marcus Garvey a factual evidence-based trial or railroading of a feared man?
I
In
think
Before you read,
John. Go
Empress,
ahead.
no, before she read, because Priest Barry was asking before her, for the floor. Let us just hear what Priest Barry got to say before she go into the narration. Priest Barry.
My Lord and Majesty. Yes, so as far as Marcus Garvey was defeated by Americans, I would say no. And when priest I am to just say back in the days of Marcus Garvey time, the word Negro was okay. But today you couldn't call a man Negro. I think it's not Negro, I think nigger and Negro are where the confusion coming. Like when you call a man nigger, that's the problem. But Negro, because Negro mean black, But nigger, I don't know what that mean. That's the word where we're born out, is it? My Lord and Empress.
Nigga,
Yes, my Lord. That is right.
pardon me.
No,
Nigga
hold
means
on.
dirty dog.
Hold on, my lord. Hold on, my lord. Honorable Priest Barry, you are right. Seeing the word Negro it is in regards to a color. Seeing, and the word nigger is just like how you would say falasha. It's a derogatory name given to the Negro, the dark skinned person, to undermine and belittle him. Seeing, so the eye is right, honorable priest.
Give
Yes,
thanks for the
honorable priest
clearance,
Adigan.
my Lord.
Priest Adigan.
And next,
Nigga, they will say it literally means dirty dog.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man.
Yes.
It's a
That they
derogatory
come
word.
down to it's a derogatory word, they mean dirty dog. But
all
them
right.
even
Give
say,
thanks.
them say with even research, right, with the word Negro, though it's a polite term for black, them say it's supposed to be low-minded people also. So they say even Marcus said the term Negro. We only use it for political issues, but it's derogatory.
My
Marcus
Lord.
even said the word Negro was derogatory, but him use it because that is what the political society
Correct
accept.
word.
Our Lord
Yeah.
and Empress. Bless you.
Go ahead, Empress Trisha.
6. Was the case against Marcus Garvey a factual evidence-based trial or railroading of a feared man? In 1923, the U.S. government prosecuted Pan-African leader Marcus Garvey for mail fraud. The prosecution argued he used the U.S. Postal Service to solicit and defraud investors by selling stock for the Black Star Line while knowing the shipping company was financially insolvent. Garvey received the maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. The U.S. case and conviction details the charges. Indicted on multiple counts of using the U.S. mail to further a scheme to defraud. The prosecution's argument, led by prosecutor Maxwell S. Mattock, the government claimed Garvey raised roughly $1 million from 30,000 to 40,000 mostly Black investors under false pretenses regarding the line's actual assets and seaworthiness. Garvey was ultimately found guilty on a single count centered on an empty circular mail solicitation sent to an investor rather than broad operational embezzlement. And I'll repeat that. Garvey was ultimately found guilty on a single count centered on an empty circular mail solicitation sent to an investor rather than broad operational embezzlement. Key prosecution witnesses and testimony. Shula Cargill, a 19-year-old former office boy and key prosecution witness whose testimony formed the linchpin for the single surviving mail fraud count. Cargill testified under cross-examination that he personally participated as a Black Star Line employee in mailing out a stock solicitation brochure/letter. Historical reviews and criticisms of the trial note that Garvey, who fired his counsel and represented himself poorly, claimed Cargill's mailing testimony was coached or perjured. Benny Dancy, an ex-Garveyite investor who claimed he purchased 53 shares of stock, though under questioning, he could produce only one empty envelope from the Black Star Line and could not recall what specific materials or fraudulent claims arrived inside it. Other witnesses. Several former UNIA/Black Star Line participants testified regarding haphazard, struggling financial records and unfulfilled shipping promises. Marcus Garvey and 3 other officials from the Universal Negro Improvement Association were initially charged in 1922 with 4 counts of mail fraud related to the promotion and sale of stock in the Black Star Line Shipping Company. The role of the U.S. government surveillance and infiltration. The U.S. Department of Justice and the Bureau of Investigation, later the FBI, viewed Garvey's rising Pan-African and Black nationalist movement as a political threat. They placed undercover agents, such as James Wormley Jones, inside the UNIA to monitor his activities and find a legal pretense to deport or dismantle his organization. Federal prosecutors used financial mismanagement and the administrative struggles of the collapsing Black Star Line to frame the business failures as intentional mail fraud, specifically pointing to an empty or misleading promotional brochure mailed through postal channels. In June 1923, Garvey was convicted on one count of mail fraud, while the other three co-defendants were acquitted and sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. After serving nearly 2 years in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, President Calvin Coolidge commuted his sentence, and the government immediately moved to deport him to Jamaica in 1927. In February 1922, Marcus Garvey and 3 other Black Star Line officers faced 2 federal indictments containing a total of 13 counts of mail fraud related to the sale of company stock. The indictment breakdown. Total charges, 13 counts of mail fraud. The outcome? Garvey was acquitted on 12 counts and convicted on just 1 count, the 3rd count of the 2nd indictment, which alleged he continued mailing a circular to sell stock after knowing the enterprise was in trouble.
Hold on, let's leave that. Yeah, let's go forward down to this question.
Well, I mean, a blind man can see you as railroad. They fear the black tiger.
And that's reality.
Yeah.
Because if you look, 13 counts. He was acquitted of 12, found guilty of 1. And it was 4 people first on trial. 3 were totally let free, and you hold the black tiger, and you only find him guilty on 1 count out of the 30.
Yeah.
See? And you use that 1 count to imprison him and then to deport him. See? So it
After
is
him
clear
not have no record, him not have no record. This is him first offense according to them, and yet him get the maximum sentence of 5 years.
Yes, and then deportation as well.
Yeah.
Now listen to the evidence, The person who get the letter, who claims him get the letter, say that
Empty
him don't
envelope.
remember what came in it, what it was about in essence. See? Now, when you look at the envelope, you see those letters that were mailed out directly from Garvey had the Garvey stamp on it. And in the evidence, in the testimony, you see them say that this letter did not have Garvey's stamp on it. So there were so much circumstantial evidence and so much inconsistencies in the trial.
Inconsistency.
There is no way that this man should have been found guilty in any form.
What was it like Biden who come and gave him a pardon in the 2000s?
Yes, a posthumous pardon, which again we accept it because it did not come cheap. It came from the agitation of many. I and I down here, myself and Jabalan in Florida, we collected 10,000, above 10,000 signatures on a petition, which we submitted to the Black MP, Black Member of Congress, RMC, Member of Congress down here, who at the time was part of the coalition to get a posthumous exoneration for the Honorable Prophet. She, in return, now put it with the rest that they had collected and submitted it to, first, it was submitted to Obama, who had a hands-off policy because of his situation. And then at the end of Biden's tenure, it was resubmitted with other petitions that were gathered between the 2 times, between Obama time and Biden time, and given to Biden. There were so much signatures that it could not be ignored. You understand? So Biden, the white man, decided he had nothing to lose, so he put his signature to it and approved a pardon. They did not want to approve an exoneration because that
That
means
is
that
what,
no,
yeah. That is what
that
Julius had seek for. I mean, here when him come to that and tell you, give thanks for the pardon, but it's a full-fledged exoneration is what we really agitate for.
right. And like Julia said, it's a step in the right direction, but it's not directly what we wanted. But according to their explanation to the coalition, which the coalition at the time had Julius, it had an attorney, it had Malcolm X's daughter, um, among other prominent black ones. One of who passed away, he was member of Congress, can't remember his name right now. Randall, whatever his name. He passed away. He was part of the coalition too at the time, but they did not want to grant the pardon, the exoneration, because then there's legal grounds for other
Appeal.
lawsuits to for other
Oh,
lawsuits to follow.
suits.
Yeah,
Right.
civil suit to
Yeah.
follow for
Yeah.
recompense
All
for the
the
pain and
rest.
so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they did not want to open that door there. So they did what they felt was politically correct to do at that time.
My lad.
Here the Empress is highlighting something here. An ex-Gaviite investor who claimed he purchased 53 shares of stock, though under questioning, he could produce only an empty envelope from the Black Star line and could not recall what specific materials or fraudulent claims arrived inside it. So you see, an empty letter, and not even the person that was presented it could recall what inside it, what came in it, what was the language of the fraud that they were charging the man for. And it's on that empty letter right here that he was found guilty of that one account. So
Them pay them off, man.
yeah, man, this was Hoover silencing. This was a direct plot to silence the Black Tiger. And the reason they commuted his sentence, they did not want him to die in prison and become a martyr, because that would have just energized and refuel the Pan African struggle of that moment. So they commuted his sentence, got him out of there because they didn't want him to continue speaking, got him to Jamaica. And he spent a little time in Jamaica, went to England and died in 1941 at a very young age at that. See, so we see all that has taken place that lead to the whole bamboozling and swindling.
Floor is open.
We have Bobo Ken hand up, then Priest Brown, and then Priest Herb.
Bobo Ken, short
Not
and
sure,
spicy.
not sure if Empress Cindy would like to come in at this point after either.
Empress, she
Yeah,
on right now?
Yeah, man.
Go ahead, Bobo
Mexico,
Ken.
man.
Let Bobo Ken go ahead.
But okay, we're waiting on you. Go ahead, please. But okay.
Yeah, the item could hear me any better?
Yeah, go on reason. Yeah, man, black up.
Yeah, here, yeah. I gonna keep it short and sweet. You know, how the God angel who the always side or go to the Bible all the time, but is scriptural true, is churchical, statical, and parliamental. But before and true enough respect to Priest Earl, Priest Brown, and Priest Adigan, nothing secular on this platform.
You have to speak a little louder, my lord.
Anna Omega, Anna, the I could hear me better now?
A little louder.
Irie. My Lord and Empress, you know how the scriptures say, Jah don't make everything work out in the end for good. It come in line with a reasoning where you hear from most of the elders who have been around growing up, that every disappointment will be a blessing in disguise. Sometimes we don't see the blessing until the blessing don't come and settle in You know what I mean? And we still looking around where the blessing under there. So give thanks for all the blessings. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah,
Yeah, Rastafari.
Rastafari. Yeah, man.
My Lord, give thanks. Honorable Priest Brown.
My Lord and Empress, do give thanks. To begin with, the U.S. Marco, the Right Honorable Prophet was derailed, and I would say the reason the courthouse it was just the polishing off. 'Cause what struck me most about these things is beginning with the ship, overpriced ship. You know, these individuals who disloyalty, yeah, that are the word, amongst the membership. That ones who never fully loyal to the prophet. That they would allow themselves to be undermined and derailed and go against their own redemption. Things which presently, sad to say, we suffer till this day. You know? So, yeah, the American society do them part. But if it wasn't for disloyalty, which is the thing where we have to eliminate from amongst us today, they would not have been successful. But as Brother Ken said before, all these things are lessons to prepare us for the greater good. My Lord and Empress.
My Lord. Priest Earl.
Yes, Royal family, one perfect love, you know.
My Lord.
Yes, they are them are so right, you know what I mean? God even James is there, you know, how much pride them send, you know, amongst the man, you know. But today it is so serious because if yesterday them did Marcus Garvey, where them do him, right? We don't know evidence, right? But them still doing what them doing. So even in the present now, I and I will stand up and represent Marcus Garvey and the world know. God the world didn't know of King Emmanuel. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that said threat is pan high and high. You see what I mean? I say so, you know, it is so serious that if we even get it together, not just here talking. That's why I did even rephrase, you know, about, you know, the free man them, like oh that's a VR free man. Because sometimes we don't see the seriousness but really over our head. If them could have do Marcus Garvey that in that time, I will represent him. You know. Every time them sit down at them conference table, you see destroy I and I. So it is best, you know, for all black people get together, you know, even the Bobo Shanty house because, you know what I mean? I don't know what is going on, but I don't see the free man them, you know, we keep themselves divided, you know. One perfect love.
My Lord, that is why we see, as the Honorable Priest has said, the seriousness of the fight, what we up against. It is only suicidal when we start fight one another. We committing suicide. The quicker we get together and realize that we are facing the same common enemy, let us pull our assets together and move as one. You know, at the end of the thing, I'm going to get a poem to say, oh, one, the reinforcement of unity. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Priest
Empress
Tapa.
Cindy. Yeah, hold
No,
on.
no,
Let's see.
no. I spoke to her and she's okay.
Okay. Okay.
Priest Aitafa.
Honorable God and Goddess.
That
You know, there's a set of family do in America where all these canals where this are going on, and them set of family from America and England. And them a push them kind of arms house there, you know. Is it true, Marcus? It comes say eat, walk, and buy black.
They never like that.
Right, that's all the heart attack. That's all.
Yeah.
Total war, right? That's all.
Total, that's right. True.
Yeah.
My Lord, give thanks on that, but that a true thing you say, man. Total war. Can you hit them where it hurts most in the pocketbook? My Lord. Floor is open.
Honorable Priest Tafa, my lord, pray your pardon and forgiveness. Priest Tafa.
We're going through the program, my lord.
Royal Majesty, give thanks to the Royal God.
Yes,
God,
Rastafari.
worthy God. My lord, if you still have them two documents you have borrowed from me when I was living in Philly-Taba, I'm going to need them to fulfill some works in the near future.
Yeah, let me wait till afterwards you can reason that personal thing, my lad. Empress, go ahead.
That's it. Question number 7. There are several institutions that gather people of African descent in modern times. The UNIA, the EWF, the EABIC, the TTI, and the TRO.
The
If
12
King
tribes of
Emmanuel,
Israel and the theocracy reign order. Go
Okay,
ahead.
give thanks.
give thanks. If King Emmanuel declared he came to finish Marcus Garvey's work, wouldn't it be prudent to partner with the UNIA? If the emperor created the EWF to garner support for his resistance movement during his exile, why not also partner with them? The October 1919 assassination attempt on Marcus Garvey by George Tyler occurred because his rapid rise as his rapid rise as a radical Black nationalist leader, founder of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, and creator of the Black Star Line, posed a direct threat to the racial status quo and colonial interests. Garvey mobilized millions of Black people worldwide with messages of racial pride, economic independence, and the Back to Africa movement, unsettling white authorities. U.S. government officials, including a young J. Edgar Hoover at the Bureau of Investigation, were actively conspiring to dismantle his movement and find ways to deport or imprison him. Shortly before the shooting, Garvey had published sharp criticisms of local New York authorities like Assistant District Attorney Edward Kilrow, fueling an aggressive climate of political opposition against him. On October 14, 1919, Tyler burst into Garvey's Harlem office and shot him twice in the right leg and right side. Garvey survived because his first wife shielded him and deflected some of the impact, while the gunman died mysteriously in custody the next day before fully explaining his motives. W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey were giant leaders of Black liberation in the early 20th century. They both believed in global Pan-African unity, yet they had a fierce public rivalry. Du Bois wanted integration and civil rights within America. Garvey wanted racial separation and a Back to Africa movement. These are the pictures of Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Marcus Garvey. Continuing.
Let me take it from.
Hi, pretty.
Let's go back. As we look at the whole situation that really the atmosphere of what Garvey was facing back in that time. He came into America. He was not an intellectual. He didn't graduate from one of the prominent colleges or not like that. He was just a stocky Black man. They made fun of how his features to begin with. That was one of the things that his own counterparts did. Okay. uh, W.E.B. Du Bois, he was an intellectual of that moment. He was one of the founding members of the NAACP, and also they were partners with the Urban League and groups like that. So he was a prominent black man in the US space. And this little man from the islands come and all of a sudden now overshadowing him. His gatherings drew more people. More people got interested in what he was saying, and he was not defending what the boys saw as the way forward. As it just said, his way forward was getting rights, which we would call civil rights in America. Seeing Garvey read the bigger picture. He knew that no matter how much rights and whatever we gained in America, we would not get the justice due to us. And the only way to achieve that justice was to build a place for ourselves, a place that we already own. We just needed to pay attention to it and develop it. And from that space, we would earn the respect of the global family because we would have done what other people have done, other nations have done. And as he said in one of his speech, if we cannot do what other people have done, other nations have done, then we would die, meaning that we would succumb to the oppression that we would be held under. But to be totally free, to achieve the liberty that Garvey was declaring, was to govern your own reality, meaning governing your own economic development, your own social development, your own political development. Those are three areas, and your cultural development as well. Those were the areas on which Garvey was specifying when he said, to manage our own affairs. Yes, Royal Empress.
That's it. Give thanks. W.E.B. Du Bois fought for equal rights, higher education, and integration inside American society. He worked with the NAACP and relied on intellectual leadership. Marcus Garvey built the Universal Negro Improvement Association to promote Black nationalism, self-reliance, and economic independence. He believed Black people should separate from white society and build an independent nation in Africa. Their public feud, clashing views. Garvey criticized Du Bois for being an elitist tied to white liberals. Du Bois called Garvey a dangerous demagogue and criticized his business plans like the failing Black Star Line. Both men wanted dignity, pride, and freedom for people of African descent, but their distinct methods kept them bitterly divided. In January 1923, 8 prominent Black leaders and editors, including William Pickens, Chandler Owen, Robert Bagnall, and Robert Abbott, signed and sent a public letter to U.S. Attorney General Harry M. Daugherty, demanding that the federal government prosecute and deport Marcus Garvey. These are the pictures. Meet the Garvey Must Go movement letter signees, whose traitorous acts led to the, I didn't see, $25 mail fraud conviction. Continuing reading. In 1923, Marcus Garvey was convicted in federal court of 1 count of mail fraud in connection with his shipping enterprise, the Black Star Line, receiving a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. The case and conviction details the charge: United States versus Marcus Garvey, Eli Garcia, Orlando M. Thompson, and George Tobias, alleged that the defendants used the U.S. postal system in a scheme to defraud investors. The prosecution focused on a single empty envelope or circular mailed to an investor. Prosecutors argued that Garvey continued to market and sell stock in the Black Star Line through the mail even after the shipping line was financially ruined and unable to purchase or operate the promised ships. While his 3 co-defendants were acquitted, Garvey, who chose to act as his own defense counsel during part of the trial, was found guilty by the jury on June 18, 1923. After serving nearly 3 years in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, his sentence was commuted by President Calvin Coolidge, and Garvey was immediately deported to Jamaica. Decades later, his conviction was widely viewed as politically motivated by federal authorities seeking to dismantle his Pan-African movement, leading to a posthumous pardon. Blessed.
Yes, I.
One second.
So
One
we
second.
see. Bless.
Yes, blessed. Give thanks.
So we have a 8 question. Okay. Well, everyone, as I say, a blind man can see God. He was railroad. You know, to debate, you know. Yeah. Strictly. And yeah, well, definitely. And
So it's here. Can anyone give me that meaning of that word that they used before the pardon? Whatever some people.
Posthumous. Yeah,
Yes,
after the fact. After the fact, after the fact, posthumous, meaning after, he's no longer with us, but he was given it in after the fact of his existence.
I know praise.
My lord.
The first question where the Empress asked, why don't the EBIC associate with but the EBIC associate with them, but just say them for turn down, drop the turn down red and come. And
we coming to that, man.
Huh?
We are coming to that. We are getting there to that.
To me, that was the first thing. That's why I'm not. All right.
Yeah.
We are coming to that on the 9th question.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we kind of answer this one already. Is Egypt the symbol of bondage? We kind of in all that we went through.
Yeah, we kind of answer.
Yeah, we don't.
You don't want me to read the context?
Yeah, read the content. Just read the content. Mute on the mic too, not speaking. Go ahead, Empress.
According to biblical history, the Israelites lived in Egypt for a total of 430 years, or 215 years in Egypt, depending on textual interpretation, settled in the region of Goshen in the Eastern Nile Delta. Actual hard bondage and enslavement lasting roughly 110 to 140 years out of that duration, ending with the Exodus around the 15th or 13th century BCE. The land of Goshen, also referred to in text as the land of Ramesses. Goshen was located in the Nile Delta, Lower Egypt, in the northeastern part of the country. It was chosen because it was rich pasture land, ideal for Jacob's family and their livestock, situated away from the core Egyptian heartland, yet accessible to trade and routes. Biblical chronologies present. Biblical chronologies present 2 primary perspectives on the exact length of time the Israelites spent in Egypt and under servitude. The long sojourn, 430 years in Egypt. Based directly on a literal reading of Exodus 12, 40 to verse 40 and 41, which states that the time the children of Israel lived in Egypt was 430 years. In this view, severe bondage did not start immediately. The Israelites lived peaceably during Joseph's lifetime, and systematic enslavement began generations later when a new pharaoh arose, putting actual hard labor at roughly 140 to 200 years of this span. The short sojourn, 215 years in Egypt, 215 years in Canaan. Supported by the Septuagint and Samaritan Pentateuch translation, this interpretation calculates the 430-year total from the time God made his covenant promise to Abraham upon entering Canaan until the Exodus. This divides the period evenly into 215 years living as sojourners in Canaan and 215 years physically inside Egypt. Within the 215 years in Egypt, active enslavement occupied approximately 80 to 144 years, starting after the generation of Joseph died out and lasting until the generation of Moses. Historical timeline milestones. 1870 to 1600 BCE, the arrival. Jacob and his 70 members of household migrated to Goshen during a severe regional famine, welcomed through the influence of Joseph, who was vizier of Egypt, c. 1550 to 1250 BCE, the shift of bondage. Quote, a new king arose over Egypt who did not know Joseph. The Israelites multiply rapidly, prompting the Egyptian state to force them into hard crown labor, building storage and treasure cities like Pithom and Ramesses. The enslavement phase lasted roughly over a century, characterized by harsh brickmaking, taskmasters, and the decree to kill newborn Hebrew males. The Exodus. Moses confronts Pharaoh, leading to the plagues and the dramatic departure of the Israelites out of the Eastern Delta into the Sinai wilderness, my Lord and Empress. If there are no questions, I can continue to the last question.
Yeah, just read the last question and seal up.
Number 9, is it wrong to respect the flag of the Lion of Judah? Repeat, is it wrong to respect the flag of the Lion of Judah? The previous flag of Ethiopia featured the Lion of Judah holding a cross-topped staff. It represented the ancient Solomonic dynasty, the authority of the emperor, the Christian identity tied to the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, and the country's long history and sovereignty. The Emperor of Ethiopia held the official title, the Conquering Lion of Judah. The crowned lion symbolized the divine right and continuous rule of the
getting too big.
The crowned lion symbolized the divine right and continuous rule of the Solomonic line, which claimed descent from King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. The lion carrying a cross represented Jesus Christ, referred to as the Lion of Judah in biblical tradition. It signified the nation's deep foundation as a historic Christian kingdom. Used widely during the late 19th century and through the reign of Emperor Haile Selassie I, It stood for Ethiopia's fierce independence and resistance against foreign colonization. The flag and its lion symbol were later embraced globally by the Rastafari movement, which revered Haile Selassie I. The emblem was removed from the national flag in 1974 after a revolution overthrew the monarchy. My Lord and Empress. And then it has the epilogue, but I'm sure ones would like to discuss this. To the chair.
Yes. Honorable President.
Yes, my lord. So
yeah,
it's a question where I know should get plenty response. You know, should we respect the banner, the banner of the
flag?
Should we respect the flag of the Lion of Judah? You know, not Bobo Habit as read down. I have my opinions, but I would like to hear from the rest of the panel. Every man should have an answer on this. What do I them think, my Lord and Empress?
Priest Brown and Priest Adigan's hand is up. Priest Brown hand was up first and then Priest Adigan.
And I have a Priest Brown, my Lord.
Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Everything of its time and place. I say that to say, in a discussion I listened, I was given I hear listening to around the throne room. King Emmanuel said that was mentioned a word that covenant was His Majesty's personal covenant. No, not to get into any rhetoric, but just to show symbolically, because of this, when I said dogma, but this allegory that His Majesty was, as the child would ride through blood. You know, so that symbol of the throne round red, the red in that, the banner in that, would be the symbol of a slaughterer, symbolically. On the mystical side now, why I say everything of its time and place. But upon the east border, I would say more, but upon the west guard, more than one time. And see the rainbow come up. And when we see the rainbow come up, and not just one rainbow we see come up. Several far, it was like 3 or more different rainbows. But one of the reflection of the rainbow was upside down. So, as a man who always try to comprehend the mystics operation through the revelation of the elements, how the elements manifest itself, that's why I began to say there's a time and place for everything, and one should act accordingly, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
My Lord. Any other ones?
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Priest Adigan.
Yeah, you know, say Ethiopia, all of the countries in Africa will have the same colors is Ethiopia, same Abyssinia, them follow. Ethiopia never structure itself under tricolors, we know it now. Them used to have what we call pennants. Pennants is like a side triangle, and them used to have them singular, with the red at the top and a lion as a boss before they made the tricolors. In the reign of Emperor Menelik, the flag was red up with Emperor Menelik's initials in the gold or the yellow of the flag. The M in the Amharic characters was in the center for Menelik. So Ethiopia, if you it's on the internet, it's well documented that Ethiopia, Abyssinia specifically, is the first country of Africa to disseminate the colors with the red up. Political structures over time bring it to green, gold, red. Now, where them refer to it as the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. So Ethiopia moved from that that thing about Ethiopia is the first, the same Abyssinia to have the colors with the red up, but through political regimes it come to. So it is from that wise why King Emmanuel even come forward with the reasoning, because it's a traditional. Most Rasta would say, well, we're business with them history. We are deal with what the king Emperor Selassie I come say he read no, but it is true that I used to always
Hold on. We are the following.
The question. You hear the
Wow.
question?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
it
yeah.
wrong? If you talk and mute your mic. The question, is it wrong to respect the flag? So we want to make the answer short and spicy.
Well,
Do you
maybe
respect the flag?
I couldn't say I could respect the imagery, right, but I feel say from a Bubba perspective that question is more. I don't know if it's universal, but it must be from a Bubba perspective because it's only outside Bubba Ashanti most Rasta will take the flag anyway with the Lion
Right.
of Judah.
So
If it's
that
ever
is
with the Lion of
definitely
Judah.
a
My
bobo
Lord.
something. Yeah, Myla.
My Lord,
True.
bless it.
Floor is open, Myla.
Honorable
Bobo.
family. Yeah. Can I have the floor for a second?
Yes.
Yes, Majesty. If we listen to everybody have their explanation, but if we go back up into the narrative, Empress Trisha, you can drop the narrative for me. This is what it represents. The previous flag of Ethiopia features the Lion of Judah, holding a cross-topped staff. Okay, meaning a staff with a cross on top. It represented the ancient Solomonic dynasty, the authority of the emperor, the Christian identity tied to the Ethiopian Orthodox Taoida Church, and the country's long history and sovereignty. That is what the flag represents. Okay, I can declare our representation of it in your whatever way we want to but
Right.
that is the realistic representation. That when you see the emperor plane fly and it land anywhere and you see that on it, see the flag with the lion on it. And this flag is coming from before the emperor. The emperor came and was crowned under this flag. See, this flag existed before the emperor. The only thing that was done to it was the Lion of Judah was the lion with the flag was the symbol was put in it to represent his lineage, his direct connection to the Davidic and the Solomonic lineage. See, so this is what it means. So when we are going to, we are looking at things now more realistic and understanding things better because we have more access to information, one, and our approach to understanding things is not just from our cultural narrative, or the rhetoric that we came into Rastafari and found. We are looking at things now more historical. What's the historical narrative behind it? See? Because when I used to hear one say is a imperial flag and like the emperor was forced to rule and then we're not making sense because we can't say the man of God, him and the Lion of Judah, him shall break every chain and all of them things and still come back with narrative like him was co-opted into doing something. See, that was never the emperor. That was not the spirit of the emperor. He didn't carry that type of spirit either. He was a man of unmatched temperament. He knew when to be humble. He knew when to roar. When he came back into Ethiopia after 5 years exile, he could have roared and char fire and burn up a lot of his enemies. But instead, he extended the ultimate mercy to them. He made a decree, as a matter of fact, not just extending mercy, but he made a decree. Let let I and I not harm a hair upon an Italian head. Because if we were to do to them what they did to us, how different would we be from them? So it's the kind of person that we are talking about, the kind of standards that the emperor lived to and that he held. See? So I'm saying that to say his flag that he ruled under was no coincidence. That is what he that was what he honored, what he respected. Just like how I and I honor I and I flag, the church triumphant. When the emperor's grandson came to Jamaica and saw the colors, how we flew the colors, what did he say? He said that he's happy to see that I and I fly the flag, the church triumphant. And if we know about that history coming out of Rastafari, with the drawing of Ras Daniel Hartman, he drew a historically famous picture called the Church Triumphant, see, which is the 7 promises that God made to the Ethiopian people, not the little space called Ethiopia, but to the African family. See, the Ethiopian African family. See, there were 7 promises made, and the church triumphant flag symbolizes those 7 promises. See, so it is very important for I and I to study history and to study the facts of history and not just. There's nothing wrong, to dictate your own cultural expression, but when it affects others beyond us, beyond our little sect or group, we must understand the history, the factual history behind those, symbols and those practices, so we can understand what we are defending ourselves, in defending our way. See, and it should not be our way versus against their way. It should not be opposing factors. They are complementing factors. As the priest said a while ago, there's different time periods. There's evolution that takes place. One grows beyond a time, whether it is a time of war to a time of peace or a time of peace to a time of war, just like how you have a time of famine and you have a time of plenty. Each time period dictates a different narrative. And we need to understand that and not vilify the different eras and things that took place in those eras. Because most ones don't know. In Jamaica, most Rastafari flew the turn up red prior to 1966.
Yeah.
I don't know if they know that little history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's when the plane touched down.
It was when the plane touched down that man switch from the church triumphant, to the Ethiopian flag. See? So there is, you understand, it's not we make issues that are not a wrong and right issue, but a preference or a choice or an understanding. And we turn it into a wrong and right. And because of that now, we create division among ourselves. We, like when the Virgin them come amongst we with them flag, we require that them put it down, put it aside to partake with us. But when we go amongst them, they don't require that we do that. Is that a just way? Is that a brotherly way? Is that a way of building camaraderie and unity, solidarity among ourselves? Because the same way that
it's a way of exalting ourselves over our brothers.
Yes, because the same way we hold our emblems to be dear to us, the red, black, and green, the red, gold, and green, is the same way that you understand, others hold their flags to be dear to them. So we have to kind of look at these things as we move forward if it is unity that we are seeking to build.
My Lord.
We have Priest I. We have Priest I Tapa, Priest Earl, Bobo Ken, Priest Adigan. So Priest I Tapa.
Honorable, naturally. With two symbol is a word sound, you know. It more sure, more people understand symbol more than English or Spanish and them thing there. So, like what them say, Russia the bear, America the eagle. We know that Ethiopia the lion. So the lion crown kings of kings in Ethiopia. And the star, the cross. Ethiopia is the first, like them would have said, Christian civilization. And that's how Peter did go, not Peter, but the Samaritan, it means the Samaritan from Ethiopia. So that naturally is a part of the culture. But the colors, they know, Joshua said, when the red is up, it's peacetime. And when the red is down, it's war. That means that we would have walk in a war, we are stepping our blood. But I'm saying when the flag is up, it's peacetime, heavenly time. You see it. That's the only difference that.
But that's not the question, you know.
What the question?
We hold our tradition to know, say, yeah, because we know the history when the people them change the position on the red. What we are saying, is it wrong to respect the flag of the Lion of Judah? Is it wrong to respect it? That means to say your brethren them come check you and them have the Lion of Judah banner and you respect them. Is that wrong? Or you should tell them, well, put them one in a corner and come round your own?
Yeah, man, you have to take off your shoes and step in the house, man. You couldn't step in the house with the shoes. That was principle. Ever going out for them house, same principle. You have to step in the house. Couldn't step in the house with the shoes. That was the same principle. Like the priest said, when I'm looking at the rainbow, it fly red, gold, and green, and it fly green, gold, and red. But just show the clearance, just show it's one a war time and one a heavenly time. So just say, it no stop no one, you know. But them just have to drop that wheels there and come join the heavenly thing.
I ain't catch what you say. You're saying that if you go by the brethren them, you will put your banner down in the corner and go around them one. And if them come around you, then for put them banner in a corner and come around. That's what you're saying?
Honorable priest, I couldn't go on them place with a red, gold, and green.
We not hear you. You're far.
It's like a war. Yeah, I'm going to a virgin. Every virgin, I bring the ask to come at them place. I couldn't go there with a red. We're going there with my guidance with the red up and then thing there. But I couldn't go there. It's like a war. I would have look against them. I know the principle of them. So I would have obedient to the principle.
But we not deal with a one-man thing. We are dealing with like a delegation.
It's a universal thing, God. I know one-man thing.
My Lord, give thanks for your opinion.
Does that show true unity amongst I and I?
Respect are the greatest thing, you know. If you can respect me and me can respect you, we can reach a far way, you know. But there's no respect, then we're not going away, you know.
Well, give thanks because we could also respect each other by standing up with each other. But give thanks for your opinion because it's not a back and forth. Floor is open.
I would just teach for God. Remember, so we grow, you know, we grow naturally in the earth, you know, we grow under the green, gold, and red, you know. So I would just teach you, we could have teach about the world.
My Lord, give thanks. Moving on.
Priest Earl.
To the chair, blessed Lord.
Prince
Yes, Royal family, Yes, say Rasavana did the honorable speak about one of them. 'Cause I was going to speak about ancient Jamaica from that time, and the question was why them did have to, you know, fry the red up. And from that time, 1930, they did see that the man did crown and Anita turned down, and them still could not, fly the green up. Yes. And again, the rainbow, as one individual speak about the rainbow. The normal rainbow that you normally see without its reflection, the red is up, right? And when you see the reflection now, the two red is touching them one another, just like how the bubble wheel is regular. You know what I mean? Yes. The two red, the one that is up, so the other one at top now, that is the shadow, it seemed like it turned down. But normally a bubble wheel is regular. You know what I mean? Where the two red in the middle touching. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And yes. Ghana independent again. Yeah, Ghana independent. 1957. Yes. It at the moment the president there as a Pan-African, him have to check the emperor as the only free state at the moment about the banner. He did not come up with his own banner. So, is the emperor really, design that banner for the president of Ghana at the moment as the father of Africa? Him they have some choice in that banner, And the autobiography of His Majesty, I don't remember if it's volume 1 or 2, please I can't remind me. The footnote we speak about the war, right? And at the moment of the war, it was the green on top. But why him have to draw now for the red on top at that moment when the battle get hot? So, you know what I mean? Yeah, not much. One perfect love.
Honorable Priest, before we go to the next person, question. So what ones are saying? If we're fighting for freedom, redemption, and repatriation, and we're in front of the house of whomever that is supposed to grant the freedom for repatriation, and our brothers and sisters and I come together, and I holding the red, gold, and green, and they holding the green, gold, and red, that we're going to stay there and argue with them as to who red is up and whose red is down, instead of actually fighting against the oppressor?
Both of them should be waving in the land.
Give thanks. So the question, I will say again, like the priest said, the question is it wrong to respect? Respect is the word that we're saying. Not that whether one house uses the red up and the other house uses the red down. Is it wrong to respect the flag of the Lion of Judah? Because sometimes we come up with responses and it's based off of, yes, the teaching, but our personalities. But does it actually change who I are? Does it change that my brother, even though my brother is red down and I am red up, that he's not my brother, that we're gonna, stay here going back and forth with regards to whether red up or red down? And I have seen it amongst ones and ones here in the islands too. And it makes no sense, because I respect you for how you want to hold your emblem. You respect me for how I hold mine, but we come together in one unity, because the emperor said unity is the only accepted goal. So we come together and we unify for the cause of righteousness. But we respect the flag of the emperor. We respect the flag because that is the flag of the emperor. And is that right or is it wrong? My Lord and Empress, blessed.
To the chair, please.
Priest Brown, then I think Priest Early went already. Priest Aitafa went. Priest Brown, 1 second, my Lord. Priest,
I
I
would like
see Priest Brown, go ahead, and then Priest Adigan and Bobo Ken.
I'll begin to say, when His Majesty came to Jamaica, when he addressed, I don't know if I'm sure, but I think I hear them say, holy priests, holy warriors, and traitors be still. I don't know if it's just a allegory or thing. But I coming to this point now. What respect, I would ask a question, what respect would the church show unto the warriors? And then I would love to make a correction for my honorable Virgin Christopher, because me as a man who rise up in the Bingy house. Most of the early Bingy elders did fly them red up. It was even came to contention amongst the Bingy man them concerning whether the red for stay up or down. And if you really know the history of the Bingy house, you'd have to understand it was certain individuals that would I tell you, say, when him see a bubble man, him want to tell him, say, go put down your banner. Because all of the original Bingy man them respect Bongo Eddie as the shepherd and the teacher. And just some youngster come up with them own thing, and create certain animosity. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
My lord. Because if two man making a move to a black redemption settings, and a man is a bingy man and a man is a bobo, then both of them can walk waving the banner in the land. Why should I have to tell you put on theme or I have to put on for my own? And both of we going on a black redemption works. But him a come out of the bingy out and me a come out of the bobo house. So then both of we can walk down together, said the banner flying high in the land. Floor is open, my lord.
I'd also like to say, 1 second, Precise Taffa, 1 second. We have a way that we do things. 1 second. One of the comments in the online platform,
yes,
Honorable Chris Ayman, Ghana flag was designed by Theodosia Akon. A-K-O-H, Akon.
All right.
And he's 100% right. 100% right.
Priest Adigan. Unmute your mic, Priest Adigan.
Yeah, blessed love, my Lord and Empress, once again.
My
the
lord.
question, all right, look at the question as it is posed then. Is it wrong to respect the flag of the Lion of Judah? No, it's not wrong. But is what era we're coming from with the Lion of Judah? 1887. I mean, 1897, 1 year after the Battle of Adwa, the flag was brought to how we know it, with the green, gold, red, with the Lion of Judah. So, yes, we should respect and honor the symbolisms of the flag. Now, like I said, I could say this question is oxymoron or whatever, but because I think it's been posed not universal, but from a Bobo perspective, because Bobo is the only ones, like you say, the first time man fly red up, but you find I go to many old schools and some will have a green, gold, and red flag, and right next door, I've even seen them mix up Marcus Garvey flag just to coincide with the green, gold, and red flag and put Marcus Garvey flag as green instead of red, black, and green, black, and red. You understand? To coincide with the green, gold, and red. And I look at that and I say, even if you want to fly green, gold, red, don't change up Marcus Garvey flag to correlate with that flag. And I've seen that done too. So, yes, respect the symbolism, yes. But like you say, the emperor did come under this flag. But before that, Ethiopia was with the red up to 1887. Yes, I've heard the explanation about the Tawedu and the symbolism of the Solomonic dynasty, but those reasons came into play with the changes of the times. I know all of that is about do the cross, the crest, the everything. But the fact do remain that Ethiopia was read up before 1897. 1 year after the Battle of Adwa, they became read up. So yes, we know said the green gold red is the flag what His Majesty ruled under, but it was not always that way, right? So yes, respect the symbolism, but we have to understand the origins, where the symbolisms are coming from, in order to present the correct and right respect. I don't like the idea that we are fighting amongst our one another, but the presidents have been set by our leaders. Most Bobo voice their opinion vehemently because it's what King Emmanuel teach them, right? So this question, we know it's not a universal Rastafari question. Because if you ask most Rastafari, then respect that flag with the Lion of Judah as it is depicted on the screen right now. So, in my opinion, this is coming from a Bobo's perspective, the question, and not
Yeah.
universal. But I do honor the symbolisms still, but the colors, as it's the Rainbow Covenant. When King Emmanuel said red up, I feel it's coming from the Rainbow Covenant, like Rastavana said, the church triumphant, as Prince Emir did speak of. So, in them realms, I can conquer, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, give thanks,
My
Honorable
lord.
Priest Aswad, and then Samsung SM A075F. Priest Aswad, unmute your mic, and then Priest Barry third. Priest Aswad, unmute your mic.
That's a love, Empress. Give thanks. That's a love for the good reasoning going on. So we just have to have understanding. Understand. Because without understanding, we're not going anywhere. The flag was changed in 1974. It was changed by Queen Victoria donkey years ago. I love the date. And the green went on top. The emperor came on his voyage to the Central Nation with the green on top. We understand that. The flag was changed from the old flag, which was symbolizing the Lion of Judah, which represented the ancient Solomonic dynasty and the nations of the Christian heritage and the imperial sovereignty of Ethiopia. The lion and the blue emblem, with the blue emblem, was removed in 74 after the following revolution. And the Ethiopian flag today features 3 horizontal stripes with a green, yellow, and red, with blue circles and a golden star with a disc, with different symbols representing fertility and the land and the green and the peace and the hope and whatever thing. The red was for the gold was for the green was for the peace and the hope, the yellow was for the sacrifice, and the red was for the blood that was shed for the people who fight for the land. Then this present day flag, which was changed, the green stands for agriculture, fertility, hope, and good future. The yellow stands for religious freedom, peace, and a good future too. And the red stands for the sacrifice, courage, and bloodshed defending the country. The sun rays rotate, and the rotation of the flag represent the present day prosperity of the country. And the blue disc represent prosperity. There's a golden star with a pentagon shape, which stands for the unity, equality, bright future, and all ethnic groups of nationalities of Ethiopia. That was the present flag for today. So we shouldn't be querying and arguing about with the changes. We should just bounce with the changes. But every black organization that stands up for blackness, we must be a part of it and represent them, whether the banners. So we have to fix the banner thing or respect all the banners how they come, whether they come sideways, whether they come 3 ways, 7 ways, or 1 way. We must respect it and come to our understanding and stop fighting over small things like banners, my Lord and Majesty.
Samsung SMA0, give thanks, Honorable Priest. Samsung SMA075F, and then Priest Barry.
Blessed love to one and all.
Blessed.
Ethiopia here, Ethiopia here. Give thanks and glorify for the reasoning. I've been listening very attentively. I give thanks for all that is said and done, and all ones that reason. In Ethiopia here, first of all, I agree with, the banner of the red, gold and green, the banner of the green, gold, and red. In Ethiopia here, the people take their banner flag very serious. Because even the other day when the Ethiopian hydroelectric dam was completed, I went out the same day and they had a big motorcade and they had the banner, the green, gold, and red, flying and draped among, cars. And the people were very joyful. And even the child who was driving the Bajas, he went home. His mother said and got his flag and went out, to join the celebration of the completion of the hydroelectric dam and Go Jam, you know, um, Bergamo Semen, Bahada, where the River Nile is, and Lake Tana. And His Majesty, I was reading Sabbath, that His Majesty went to Go Jam and presented the flag, to the people because of their patriotic loyalty, to the country of Ethiopia. He said a lot of the patriarchs went into exile instead of, being, subject to the enemy, the Italians, and he said that we as Ethiopians must name our buildings, after the patriarchs. And he presented the Gojam people for their loyalty, and he gave them the flag, and he said, the flag must be a symbol of your freedom. So I give thanks and glorify, for the prophet, the priest, and the king. And they come with 3 different banners, but all is one. Because we are not divided,
Yes.
We are not divided. Peace and love and give thanks. I like to say I'll be celebrating my 51 years of unbroken pledge to my prophet, my priest, and my king. Thursday coming on the 27th, the same day that they said His Majesty, took his move mysteriously. I would say 5 o'clock I got up in the morning and look at the album cover with His Majesty. First time I am seeing a picture of His Majesty and made my pledge and say, yes, this man is God, and by 8 o'clock I rise up from the daughter who cultured me. She was crying. So I asked her what happened. She said, the BBC His Majesty died. I said, what? This man is my God, I'm dead. And I just went forward to rest, and from that day to this day, I'm holding on and I'm never letting go. I give thanks to the Elder Council. I give thanks to Women Freedom Relation League. I give thanks and glorify for our army, Empress Tricia. Give thanks and glorify for our new member, our new member of our army, our Salvation Army. And long live the prophet, long live the priest, and long live the king, and long live the empress, and, the fatherhood of God and motherhood of God. And happy celebration. Everyone is invited spiritually, to my feast on Thursday. Peace and love.
On
Peace
the
and love.
celebration, Mama. More love, more life, more prosperity.
Give thanks.
Also, something what just come to my mind, although it's everybody know it, but I don't think sometimes we see the relevance. the green, gold, and red with the lion symbol is the banner of a land. Our banner is the banners of our organization. So them banners can never really compete. You know? So floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Barry, Priest Barry.
Honorable Empress. Yes, Empress. So that I say about the flag now. You couldn't disrespect the king flag if I the king flag. Or you respect the king and you disrespect the king flag. So man have to know what them are doing at this judgment ball. But there's history I get to understand say that himself will have the two flag them up on the hill and some storm come and blow down the turn down red one and man take it up on himself say I just the red up alone we have to deal with red down can't deal with no more. I don't know how true it is. And then I hear say one of them queen there from at the back there, one of them all that queen there, they turn down the flag. Cause we even see prophecy come fulfill and show we a flag where over 500 years old with the red upside way. But like the man say flag have them purpose and a reason or nothing, bridging. Cause we like to overthink same way. So if you fight the flag, we have fight the king, we have fight to self. But yes, we have said the king are the Almighty in flesh. So I just ignorance the more time I like, because the man I worry about flag up and flag down and flag this. We have bigger things to deal with, some man even I talk about or put them out in. So flag business at the least our problem, not this judgment. Blessing.
Honorable Empress.
Yes, Majesty, just me. Give thanks to all that's said and done from 12 o'clock until this blessed hour, everyone that speak their truth, talk about the honorable prophets, his history and his great work. But since I come to the foundation, there always has been a problem with the banners. I didn't know much about the banners until I learned what the banners them stood for, okay? Now, the turn down red and the turn up red is a big confusion. Because even when the things them come up here, the dogmatic, I used to say them is them spirit, dogmatic spirit, Bobo Shanti, me a talk about. All them struggle, them and them. If you left them banner outside, can't come in here so because I turn up red. No, Trinity, look at it. The prophet, the priest, the king, right? Marcus Garvey flag is red, black, and green. King Emmanuel banner, church banner is red, gold, and green. And the king banner is green, gold, and red. So how could we, if we have any understanding amongst ourselves as a people, how could we fight the king banner? How could we do that? And say we are the king, we worship the king. So in those days, in them time, even now, them have problem. Because if we go anywhere, and the bingy them there with it, oh, we gone under turn down grade. Oh, we gone under this. Oh, we gone under that. But that is not the problem. The problem is man and woman. The heart of a man, the liberty of a man is the problem. Not the flag, not the boat, not the flag them. Can man make the flag them? You understand? But it's man heart, the kind of heart a man carry. The dogmatic spirit that man carry, the ignorance that I and I carry within ourselves. We fight down to the common flag them. When I have nothing to do with I and I. We should respect all banners. Because the tree, the prophet, the priest, and the king come with their banners. Right? And we say we respect the Trinity. You understand? That is the one that pick up Marcus Garvey in such a way that put him, included the honorable prophet, in the Trinity. In Jamaica past, I never respect Marcus Garvey. Yeah, it's nowadays them all see to put his history in the classroom. So it's no Marcus Garvey is getting some recognition within the fullness. It's Dada always pick up Marcus Garvey and put him into the Trinity. One time me hear Mutabaruku say, one with Prince Emmanuel is that him pick up Marcus Garvey and put him into the Trinity. To answer the man highly as a prophet, greatest prophet of all, ever born out of a woman, of a woman in a sentence here in Jamaica. And the man respect the prophet. You understand? And make it in the Trinity. So we have prophet, priest, and king family. But then to stop all of the fighting about the banner and try all of us to come together in our unity. You understand? Kind of matter how much banner, and if we not live good, if we not live in our unity, Bobo Shanti alone can make this redemption. Aja never come for Bobo Shanti alone, come for all, everybody, the Rasta man, the Comed, the man in the meadows, the police, them are going to drop off them pants, them whatever, and come in time of redemption. And we can't stop that. So it's just now for we as a people to stop ignorance and get ready. You know, let the light shine in us and work with everyone because our brothers and sisters.
Rastafari.
You understand? And this is where I'm at. I'm blessed, love, and ever family.
Blessed love and praise.
Bobo Ken, and please try and
Hold
speak
on.
loud so that we can hear.
Hold on. Before you let go, Bobo Ken, point of clarity before you let go, Bobo Ken. Chris Barry, just to give you a factual on the history, the account that you gave, that incident with the flying of the two banners, the up and the down red, happened at Bakawal. Never happened up on Bubba Hill. It happened at Bakawal. That was when the Rastafari movement was still one movement and not 15 groups. And it was a contention between ones trying to figure out which banner them for hold on upon. And that, you call it a test, was done. You know, the father had both flags flying around the camp. And a storm passed through, a gust of wind and whatever, and blow down the turn down red them and left the I guess one turn up red was left standing. And the man then took that as a sign to say make them fly the church triumphant. And so the church triumphant was flown until 1966 when the emperor came to Jamaica and man see the flag, the Ethiopian flag on the plane side and took it as the clarity for flying the Ethiopian flag. So from that day, they fly the Ethiopian flag. And I continue to fly the church triumphant.
My Lord. Give thanks for the clearance, God.
Blessed love and
We have three more
Through the chair.
hands. 1 second,
Can
please.
give her a space whenever you get a moment. Yes, Empress.
Yes, okay, so that means we have 4 more hands up. We'll Bobo Ken, but you have to speak very loud. Priest Nappy, because you have not spoken already. Priest Earl and Priest Aitafa, and then we'll finish out the program and then open the floor again.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Go
Bobo
ahead, Bobo.
Ken.
You have to speak so we can hear you. We can't hear you.
Love
Moving
Royal
on.
family. Blessed love. The I could hear me?
You have to speak a little louder, my lord, so that the recording can take you up.
My Lord and Empress, the I could hear me now?
Yes, my lord, go ahead.
Yeah, through the trouble with the microphone, this is why I needed to
Go
be
ahead,
in
my
the
lord.
presence. This is why I needed to be in the presence of Priest Salam now, you know, at the foundation.
Yes, my lord, we are live streaming, go ahead.
True, Empress. Short and sweet. It's not wrong to respect the banner, whether red up or red down. Cause one of our choruses is we are under the banner of love, peace and love. We'll destroy all confusion above with a true, true love. We are under the banner of a prophet, priest, and king. We are under the banner of love. And through the trouble with the microphone, Honorable Priest Imsley, maybe the Aidan could let the rest of the congregation and those listening know about what you full experience with the universal bingy, because I man would love to full experience that still, you know.
Give thanks, my Lord. Honorable Priest Nappy.
Yes, greetings, family. Give thanks. Been listening, But I personally, even before I even a Rastafari or fully claim Rastafari, I did go in a mission to learn, and coming from Marcus Garvey, it was one of the first book I read, and read I Bible. And from my read I Bible, and I say, it talk about a rainbow covenant, I first see a red, gold, and green. And later on, as I learn more, that is where I accept the red, gold, and green that one, even before I a Rastafari. So when I come now and say King Emmanuel fly that way there, I even say yes, because when I there look for who I there go abide by with this redemption chant, whether 12 tribe or Naya Pingi or King Emmanuel, I did glorify the King Emmanuel see the way I did see it before I even chant Rastafari. And then when I come and I reason with him differently about it, he must say, well, my Lord, the red is the blood and the green is the earth, and if you really take the earth and put over the blood, it's like you deal with a burial business, and a life we are deal with. But regardless, I say, things change, and I say things infiltrate Ethiopia. I never did come and say, boy, because I see Ethiopia fly with the green pan top. I can say, well, and this man is trod under that. I know say Ethiopia went under colonialism too. And nothing when you see in Ethiopia and then we're there. And also it said before, you get polluted. Even though I respect it in with whatever color, but I personally fly the red up in everything we I do. But if a man come with him green up, it's not bad my lord. I don't make them thing to be a contention with I. You know what I deal? Because sometimes me think that them things else come like monkey wrench in our business. But sure we have some little petty business. I know I fly, but if a man fly the other way around, I'll freedom my lord. That is not, I'm not contention with you with that.
Rastafari.
Yes, sir. My few words
My
on
Lord.
that. Yes, sir.
Priest Earl.
Yes, royal family, one perfect love, Yes, 2022 or something like that. I was in St. Lucia, right? And the Bingy man, them have them march. Well, the Baba man, them gather still. You see it? And the Empress, them beckon to I as the priest here lead the congregation. And if I had to follow him and brethren, them wouldn't move off and go to the Empress then. They was asking I, to move with them. But none of the Baba them are one Baba from Bahamas, the Keteman and him try. And him alone come stand up with high. You see it? Cause, it come away if you know, so the Empress them have beckon to high, Simon must come with them. So I beckon to the banner man and the red, black, and green banner man come and lead. But the red, gold, and green banner man don't come. So automatically it was the turn down red, the Bingy Man them banner and the red, black and green and I church statical banner was moving. But I couldn't come tell my brethren them that because them don't reach that level. Because you know them all call me all fish columnist, all type of name. I go come down from high. So I have the reason about that. You see, because all of the other man them they don't stand still. But I freely go and march with, you know, my brethren them, although them are, you know what I mean, it has a green pan top. So that they take place in St. Lucia. You know, I think the priest afterwards, I don't quite remember if it was that time neither, but blessed.
My Lord.
Priest
Blessed
Ike,
love.
Yes,
then
sir, you're
Priest
correct,
Knuckles,
priest. Correct.
Yeah, boy.
and then Priest Knuckles.
You,
Go ahead.
you know, sir, in 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 1962, Jamaica government it agitate to fly the red, gold, and green, and them pop out the red and put green, gold, and black. Differently from that still. The reason why Dada really have a way with the green, gold, and red, you know. Because enough of them turn to politics, you know. Enough of them that get paid by the government. So too, that stigmata of them doing that and the reggae thing start promote the green, gold, and everything where contradict the church is that the green, gold, and red. Even 1958 when the march, when them there a parade at the park. One of my Bengal brethren, them lick out the queen hand and I get the blame and get all of the bruises straight. So to that now, the green, gold, and red now, that I hold that firmly. But to come in at the camp yard under the banner, that I now go make the green, gold, and red come on underneath the banner. When we meet on roadside, the whole of we fly with banner and whole of we greet each other and go on, man, and everything is all right. But if you come in the church court under the arch, that is not the guy now gonna make that come true.
Thanks. Honorable
My
Priest
Lord.
Knuckles.
Blessed love royal family.
My
Blessed.
Lord.
Yeah. This Knuckles are one of the man who come ask that a million question when time I start my journey. And maybe not a million, couple thousand. But another question I want to ask was about the difference of the flag. And what priest Barry say is true. Just tell me out of his mouth. Him say, my lord, we used to have the two banners. And some kind of storm. I don't think it was a hurricane like, but a storm kind of situation come and blow down flags. And the one flag that did stand was with the red on top. And so they never put up back the green one, the green on top. But if you look at the banner that we fly, it is the Congress banner, the EABIC banner with black 5-point star lion symbol on the crown. So the question, is it right or wrong to respect the flag that the king fly? It is right to honor the king's flag from Iman's personal point of view. I have never looked at it as being a flag that is wrong or a flag that was brought to him by some colonial something when we hear people say. That was the banner where the king fly. And I would just respect that. We don't want to change Marcus Garvey flag to anything else either. Come respect that. Is the tolerance that His Majesty talk about that we need in ourselves and not to adopt the where we come find as children where the Anglican a fight against the Presbyterian, a fight against the Catholic, a fight against it. If you Lego them sort of thinking they under that colonial mindset and respect each thing for its honor and its historical significance in our life. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
My Lord.
Yes, and the last hand that is up is Priest Brown, and then we'll finish out the program.
Honorable Priest Brown, my Lord.
all things well said and done, but I'll get the salute to Priest Itafa, because he make me all check down me on one at a time. Because you see the incident when them broke.
Unmute your mic, Chris. Chris Brown, your hand touched something. Unmute your mic.
Okay. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Yes, Priest
My Lord.
Itafa, you touched the main thing there, you know. You see the first thing never go down a parade when the man them lick off the image hand. I just said that I have to draw the line. I just say the reason why that I wouldn't even entertain them that coming into the camp is because it's really based upon that issue because of that unruly behavior. But to see tolerance of the man, remember the man did tell her and I to prepare a grounds outside of the camp over where the tabernacle there presently to deal with if entertain ones when them come because that I know them always that come to him. So, you know, that a set a standard, but him was not totally intolerant. You see. So we have to share the same understanding, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Brown. Yes.
2
Yes,
points of
man.
clarity. 2 points of clarity, my Lord.
My
See,
Lord.
it was the brethren Shadrach, that was climbing up on the statue to put up a flag when the statue get damaged. And the man them come in, use that as a reason because they were just lurking. The father had
Right.
the father had won the gathering from before when they decided that they wanted to go down to the park. That them have to be on their best behavior because you know so the authorities are lurking because during the 21-day reasoning they did several things, several attempts to try and mash up the reasoning. Them flood out the camp yard. Them did several things, light garbage fire close by and make the place full up of smoke. They were directly trying to disband the gathering. So the father done did see what go on and know what go on. So them did want the man them. But the man them did have a vibe because they had reached that point of non-tolerance, with all of the hounding that they were getting from the system, from the police them and things. Even at that gathering, you had some man sit down with them machete sharpen it back and front. That's how, that's where them did reach in themselves. So when Shadrach reached down at the park and climb up on the statue, they now put up the flag. Part of the statue broke, and the boy them just use that as a reason for running from the gathering and disperse it and deal with Dada and others because them say even a pregnant woman got beaten that day. So it was a thing. And the other point of clarity is while our father set the standard in agitation in regards to repatriation, we can't leave out the others that did their work, and one being Bona G's. Bona G's, I must remember now, Bona G's reach all of the Hague, reach all of the way to Geneva and address the gathering there in Geneva. And as we know, Geneva is the neutral ground where them set up and keep all of the world head meetings. Even though the United Nations headquarters is in New York, most of the major meetings in regards to that affects the global family is kept in Geneva. Geneva is where we sign the first convention, treaty, and things like that.
It was where John
And
had in speech too, right?
yes, the emperor. Yeah.
Right.
See, so Bono G's and Bongo Spear went to The Hague and address different entities there on behalf of black man rights, right of return to Africa and all of that. So the different leaders did their thing. Claudius Henry, you know, they were looking to directly overthrow the Jamaica government and to take over Jamaica. See, they all had their approach in how they were trying to defend the justice of the black man. See, just wanted to infuse that into the whole thing, that, you know, we bring back a balance, you know, and not leave out or undervalue the works of the other members of the Rastafari movement. They may not have been as eloquent and as forthright as King Emmanuel in certain aspects. He understood. Remember, say him saying, him come to finish the work of Garvey. He understood diplomacy, which Garvey understood. Because if you listen to the inspiration that the Empress read at the beginning of the program, Garvey was telling you in there that you must respect the law of whatever land you find yourself in. And if there's to be changes, there's a way to go about getting those changes. Don't be rebellious. Don't be a rebellion then, which is he's talking about violently rebelling, not using other means of rebellion, but not going out there and being hooligans and disregarding the law. See, we must honor the law of the land where we find ourselves. And if we see that changes need to happen, then we do it from the protocol way, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord. Yes, my Lord and Empress. Well, it seems that we have come to the end of our reasoning. I pray everyone is going forward to the different place of abode, just a little more informed, just a little more inspired. God, that we come to do.
Epilogue,
Blessed. Blessed.
Make we seal up with the epilogue, and then you can go into your closing comments.
Go on in the epilogue.
Brotherhood is the title of the epilogue. Man, like other species, possess a clannish or cliqueness mannerism. In the good sense of prudence. In the good sense, let me start over. Man, like other species, possess a clannish or cliqueness mannerism. In the good sense or prudence, being part of a select or specific group can build camaraderie, selflessness, and care for others. A brotherhood is in essence the same principle. People of the same social stratosphere or belief, people who find familiarity among each other. The Rastafari is one such family, made up of subgroups, all displaying a clannish mentality. It is a mentality expressed among the migratory people. Globalization is the world principle that governs countries, economies, cultures, and population, creating interconnectedness and interdependence among the world population. When people travel to different geographical locations and meet a member from their country, they bond together, forming communities. There is shared interest, for example, in the security of the community, shared moments of socializing, etc. In the African principle, the village is your world, and so the village becomes the most important thing in one's life. The people of the village well-being is primary in your life. This sense of belonging has been regulated and socialized from among most people of African descent in the West. Individuality is the standard. It is normal to want personal recognition and achievement in today's modern societies. People of African ancestry must strive to revive the rites of passage principle among our communities. While it is good to be an individual as regards personality and fortitude, understanding the value of common unity is the building block of nationhood. Using a cultural practice that has had practical and positive results in our past, which is referring to the rites of passage. It takes a village to grow a child. Instead of creating opposition because of trivial differences and working to undermine each other, let's focus on working together, learning about each other, and building a strong community through the principles of unity. I am because we are. Ubuntu.
My Lord, give thanks for such a epilogue. And as we say, we have more in common than in difference. So it's actually suicidal for we to fight against each other. It's not logical. It's suicidal. It has no benefits but bringing us down as a people. We see the example in Marcus Garvey. 8 men of his own peers rise up against him and bring some false accusation against him. I guess if the families of those people, I know they must feel a sort of a shame. So give thanks for the evening of fellowship. Give thanks for the Council of Elders for bringing these things to light and fostering the path to unity, which is our only accepted goal. Glorify each and everyone here on the platform and on the YouTube platform also. As they say, share, and subscribe. Do give thanks again, my Lord and Empress, for a day of upward reasoning. And we call on the 7-star General and Honorable Priest Earl for bless us and close it out with a royal prayer. My Lord, Honorable Priest Earl. And give thanks to the Royal Tech and Honorable Royal Administrator for such program settings, Sometimes we take it for granted, but when you look at these programs, they take a lot of work and coordination. So we do give thanks for the efforts, my Lord and Empress. Glorify and give thanks. And the golden voice of our beloved angel, Mother Maisie. Majesty bless. My Lord.
Yes, Royal family, do give thanks again for yourself, give thanks to the chat Royal visitors, distinguished guests who are amongst us, Hope a man and a woman do see a light, As I call for your reverence, universally, internationally, virtually, the whole. How good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and our sisters to dwell together in unity and in love. It is like the precious ointment that is upon the head that run down upon the beard. Even Aaron's beard that went down upon the skirt of his garment. As it do for a man, and as it do that ascend upon the mountain of Zion. For you, Rastafari, command the blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, I, Joe, your God, Rastafari. For Almighty God, the Rastafari, great and terrible God, the Rastafari is the Almighty God. Yah who seated in Zion and reign the heart of all flesh. Thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, the Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. Thou most high God, Jah Rastafari. Together we walk, together we talk, together we watch one another speak. Some people say we have no need, but we are doing Rastafari laws and commandments. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Rastafari. My Lord and Empress, Prince and Princess, and Black Love.